What's good, bitches? What up, llama? How's it going, brother? You coming to join me tonight? Oh boy. So yeah, this is my first time getting COVID. Not fun. Not fun at all. I'm doing better now, but like day one was rough. Super rough. Ugh. Damn. Yeah, that's what people say, but you know, hey, if I'm feeling well enough today, I'm going to take that opportunity and get a stream in. I don't want to miss too many, you know? I don't like doing that. Do not like missing streams at all. Thank you. Yeah, I managed to go 5 years. 5.5 years, and I finally got the motherfucker. It looks like China caught up to me. Ugh. But yeah, there was no way I was streaming on Wednesday, man. Ooh. I had a killer headache, chills, sweats, muscle aches, the whole shebang. Rough times. Rough times. Oh, if you think we're gonna stop, if you think I'm gonna stop doing that voice once he's gone, you're sorely mistaken. It is too good to just stop. It's too much fun. Was that a sentinel? Oh, that's my sentinel. Okay. Boop. Boop. Give me your secrets, capsule. Nice. Nice. Oh, there's one. There's one. There's two of them really close to each other. But I'll go check those ones out. How about all y'all motherfuckers? How are you guys doing? What? What the hell? 3-3 refugee cam. So not that good. Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, refugee camp? Wait, what? Explain to me. I've been out of it the last few days. All I know about right now is fucking Jimmy Kimmel. Oh, Expedition 33. Well, guess what? Here, we explore the universe, okay? We don't play games made by that country that surrenders to everybody all the time, okay? We don't play French games here. Oh, we got spam. Casper's still trying to trigger me even though I'm sick and dying. Unbelievable. Nice. Kids game. Bro, I have played a ton of time in Elite Dangerous. Not 6K hours, but I've put a ton of time in Elite Dangerous. And you know what, Bong? You know what? I have fucking ship interiors. That game still does not have ship interiors, even though Odyssey brought, like, walking around. Everybody now says this game is, like, the superior space sim. I'm sorry, friend. This is not a kid's game. This is the standard setter now. Brother, I have already made the pilgrimage. Not only have I made the pilgrimage, I've made the pilgrimage twice. Yeah. Like, I have 2 sets of ships in both areas of the galaxy. No, I went hard. I like Elite Dangerous. And I was just hoping beyond hope that they would add ship interiors with Odyssey, but they didn't, and it makes me sad. If they did, I would jump right back into Elite Dangerous, like, day 1 that ship interiors show up. Oh, and not only that, I played it in VR for a long time, too. Oh no, not lol. I'm telling you, Bong, you gotta give this game a chance. It's really, really great. Well, yeah, I mean, kids can play it. It's not like as technical as ED, but honestly, I think I would say there's a lot more you can actually do in this game. Having, you know, put a lot of time into both of them. I think 600 hours plus in both of them at least. Yeah, I mean, Elite, as far as, like, realism with space, at least until Star Citizen finally, you know, comes out in the year 2100, is the better, like, realism space sim. No question, right? But, like, just as a game, like things you can do, features, all of that kind of stuff, I would go with No Man's Sky. Yeah. Come out before the KOTOR remake? No, I doubt that, Casper. Oh no, Sentinel right behind me. Don't bother me, Mr. Sentinel. Please leave me alone. What up, Cinderella? Yeah. I know you guys missed me on Wednesday. I'm sorry. But I was hurting. Currently exploding with Federal Corvette while flying to center, only 35 light year jump. Nice. So we have Corvettes now in this game, but basically Corvettes in No Man's Sky, this is with the brand new update. You can build your ship piece by piece, and that's what the ship interiors are that I'm talking about. Bro, people have made some insane ships, and so I now am like way invested in building my own crazy fucking ship. Yeah, ED is more of like an actual space sim. Technically, this game is a space sim, but it's not like, it's less of like the sim part and more of just like the space part, right? It's not as, it's obviously not as like scientifically accurate as ED is. Oh man, how many... But I always say, do not sleep on this game. This game is so much fun. What am I supposed to do here? How am I getting over there? Yeah, definitely more gamey and cartoonish. I would say this scratches my... Whoa! What? We're gonna check that out in a second. I would say this scratches my like Star Trek exploration itch a little bit more than ED does. Oh man, how are we getting over there? Are we getting over there? I don't think so. Can I even reach? Nah. No way. Ain't no way. Sure. One hand piloting the Xbox control while doing other stuff. A few times I fell asleep and got too close to the sun. Bro, I have almost fallen asleep a couple times when doing like a really long like neutron star fucking, you know, jump across the galaxy where it just got really repetitive. Do these not have landing spots for Corvettes? Oh, duh. Obviously, if I want to get up there, I can just fly my Corvette up there. Ooh, what's down here? What's these? Artifact exchange vault. Do I have any? Nope. Ah. Nice. Maybe we could squat up. Well, don't really know what that did for me. Let us call my ship. I've only got the first ship done still. Okay, and? Don't worry, buddy. I'll take care of you. Okay. Where was the salvage wall? Make our way over there. Grabbing salvage modules or technology modules on the way.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
Nice. Where is it? Let's go. I want to upgrade another one of my exocraft here, actually. Maybe I'll do that after I grab these. So I'm going to summon my Corvette. She's got a fat ass, this one. And then I want to summon this is the one I want to upgrade next. Seals. Boop.
Technology installed.
Need 50 ionized cobalt. Carbon nanotubes. Okay.
Technology installed. Technology installed.
2 iron batteries. We need gold. Gold! I love gold. Wait, why don't I have gold? Shouldn't I have gold? Or am I out of range of the starship? I am. That's why I just gotta get a little closer. Little closer. Boom. Okay. 2, 2. And Microprocessor.
Technology installed.
Then we're gonna want this guy. 2 microprocessors.
Technology installed.
Sweet.
Technology installed.
Mining laser. Then the wheels.
Technology installed.
Even though technically not wheels.
Installed.
And we're gonna need.
Technology installed.
Alright, cool. So that's like all of the non-wiring looms. So we're just gonna need to figure out how many wiring looms we need. Oh no, that's right. I need the ionized cobalt. So let me pull that out of Mia. Soup. Which guy was that? Aha. Alright, and then we need 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 wiring. Can I install a teleporter on here? Just a short range one? Okay. Hey, Cosmic. How's it going? And that looks like everything. Did we get any new habitation modules? Man, hab modules are hard to find, huh? Nine. No hab modules. Man, there's a lot of space. Are these cooler? Are these cooler than the ones that I have? I don't know. What kind of cockpit do I have? Chris Kazak made a game called Starburst, like Baby's First Factorio type game, and it's Big Baby. I'm really liking it. It's super cute. I do love Kazak. I'll probably check that out at some point. Which are we looking at here? What is this? Thunderbird class. Maybe I wanna swap this out. Let's see. Boost 2, boost 2. Oh, this is better. Oh. I don't know if that looks quite as right. Let's see if there's like a walkway. Yes, we need a walkway. Wow. Alright. Let's get one of these parts. An ambassador class. Yes. one of those. Yeah. Fine. I'll put the cockpit in, and I'll fix it here in a second when I've got the paths. More. Okay. Okay. Can I pull from storage? No, I can't, can I? Oh, well, how frustrating. Unless I can, I don't know. Let's see what happens when I try to get one. Okay, can I... Oh, I can. Did you? Sorry, one of my mods can be a little overzealous and will do things without asking me. I love her to death, but she does that sometimes. Hang on. What's your user in there? Was it VK? Van Kirk? Did she change the security? Did you, do you have your phone number, like, verified with Discord? Because I bet she changed the security settings. Let me see. Server settings. Okay. Weird. You should be able to join. Go ahead and join in again. Let me check something. Hang on. God damn it. I have to set up a new invite because she changed it so they expire. It is invalid. She changed it so that it's not permanent. But like, how can I have people join from my stream if it's not a permanent link? Hang on. Ugh. Here. Pin this, and I'm gonna update my profile. I think I'm gonna need to change this into like a community server. I just need to do that. I have to like go through shit in order to do it. I have to like see what it is that I have to do. Like what changes that's gonna be. Edit my. Want to edit my profile? Hello. Ah, here we go. Social media. Wait, for the one I sent you. For the one that I just posted in chat. Click the one I just posted in chat, Van Kirk. What the fuck? Okay. Let me add you as a friend. Can you check what your specific Discord username is so I can make sure that I send it to the correct one? Or you can send me a friend invite. Oh. Dude, you're fine. Why the fuck did that get auto-modded? What a dumb thing to auto-mod. Is it because of illiteracy? Is that really what got it auto-modded? That's so stupid. Oh, I see your friend request. There it is. Okay. Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and send you the invite from in Discord. Invite. Okay. Now go ahead. Yeah, that's so weird. So you should be able to click go to server from the invite that I sent you. Wait, why? I sent you a DM in Discord. If it should have a button that says go to server. It's phone number shenanigans. Okay, that's weird because as I see it right now, the security settings are not requiring a phone number. Well, says invalid invite. This user's banned from this guild. What? Bro, do not be banning people without asking me. Hang on. Yep. What? Bro, do not be banning people without asking me. She actually banned several people without asking me, including Oxy. Unbelievable. All right. You should be fine now. Go ahead. Boom. I need to make this a community survey. How do I do this? Here we go. What do I need to do? Welcome rules. Create one for me. Finish. Boom. Boom. Fuck America thing last night? Yes, bro. We were talking about it earlier. That was crazy. Yeah, that was pretty bad, dude. Yikes. Okay. It was, I mean, like, it was fun in a way, but it was also, like, insane. Okay. Onboarding. Check it out. Setup. Channels every member should have. Was it Arizona? I thought they were saying. I thought I heard someone saying it Colorado, but yeah. Oh no, Cosmic. Oof. Rough, buddy. You know how she goes. Nothing we can do at this point. Well, nothing I can do. My hands are tied. Y'all know how it is. So yeah, I'm making the server a community server, which is cool. Gonna have to go in and customize later on. Make some changes. So like Destiny server is a community server rather than a private server. So gives more like control for moderation, but it's like more open to more people joining, makes it easier for me to Discord exactly. Lonerbox has a community server too, like cool. Nah. Yeah, I was talking about Discord. Lay Discord. Alright. Yeah, dude, that, so... There were some really fucking stupid people in that thing yesterday. Or in that, whatever you call it. I mean, I already have 2 of those. I feel like I don't need a 3rd one right now. What else can I trade? But, like, it was frustrating. And, like, the people who were, like, asking questions, some of them were really, really frustrating. Yeah. But I felt like the most frustrating thing was actually the audience. Like, they would not shut the fuck up. And it was, like, really annoying. Like, in a really fucking annoying way. Why is it that those 2 together go really well? Moderate? Let's try it. Nice! I lowballed him. It's a bad audio setup. I mean, maybe, but, like, I'm pretty sure this audience was one of the... I mean, like, didn't Erudite have to tell them to be quiet, like, multiple times? There were a few people who were having a good discussion. I'm not saying it was all trash. But, like... I don't know. I don't think the people in the audience who were, like, interrupting all the time... Because there were a couple influencers who came up and, like, talked, but... I don't know. I just got the feeling that a lot of people there were just being pieces of shit. Thunderbird. I don't need the Thunderbird cockpit, right? Oh, I probably could trade that for something. It was joint with TP USA? Whoa. So everybody was all fucking hyped up. Yeah, I saw Soy Pill. He was pretty fucking annoying, actually. Alright. Well, what else can I get? No. Can I get... You know what? Let me just put it away. Save it for later. Wizard Shouting was from the TPUSA end, I think. I'm not surprised, because they probably think he was, like, advocating for more people getting killed, because as usual, they misunderstand what he's saying. Okay, and then I need 9 wiring looms. Yeah, I know. I know. That's true.
Product received.
Wait, do I have anything to sell? Well, I mean, also, like, are we surprised? His name is fucking Soy Pill. Boop. Boop. Let's move this guy a little further up. We'll move these guys. Wait, do we want to move these guys further up? Wait, let's see. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? Musical pod. How much space do I have? Can I put this on? Yes, I can, huh? Oh. Put this guy up here. Wait. Oh. I think he wanted some attention, but kept looping over the center. I felt like if Soypill was genuinely trying to have that conversation with him, he wouldn't have done it there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why he decided to do it there, but whatever. It's just the same. Same landing gear. Alright. Alright, for now. Is this what we want? We'll do one of these instead. Yeah. Is that good? Does that look good? No. Let's move this back. Here. Better. Move him here. Cool. And then maybe this. This. Oh. Much cooler looking. Okay. And do we need this right now? Because now we'll have more room for like other shit to build inside. Forget about that for a minute. Hey, Barcode! True. Oh, he's been around Casper. That guy basically follows Destiny at this point. Like Kyla also does not get Destiny's take. Yeah, I think Kyla understands Destiny's take better. I thought Kyla's point of view was better thought out, but I disagree with her because, and I think you guys have heard me say this before, I think we need someone like Destiny to be the asshole who falls on the sword for us and then allows people who are better and more centered to make their argument as well. But there has to be somebody who points out that hypocrisy and says, look, we're not, I'm not going to do this unless you guys, you know, get your shit together and, like, you know, practice what you're preaching. Oh. Oh, fun little decorations. Ah. Oh. Yeah, I agree, Cinderella. But like I said, from like my perspective, I think we need someone like Destiny saying what he's saying right now, and we also need people who don't say that sort of thing and who say, "Oh, we shouldn't be saying that." Having that duality is good because we can claim that both we are disavowing it while also saying, look, we shouldn't have to disavow it while you are not disavowing it. Yeah, that's fine, but, like, they cross the line all the fucking time, so, like, do we really care at this point? Because I kind of don't. Oh, that's so much cooler. Whoa. Wait, do I only have one? Yeah, that's true, Casper. You shouldn't base your behavior on their bad behavior. That's true, Cinderella, but the problem is, if you just still do the thing, if you do the disavowal or the that's awful or whatever it is, then it's way easier for them to just completely ignore the point you're making altogether. And I think that's kind of what Destiny's trying to say is like, look, like I can do this, like, yes, it was awful and it was terrible, but the problem is you guys are just going to keep doing your thing. You're going to completely ignore the point that I'm trying to make, that you need to turn down the temperature. While there are other people on the left who are, you know, saying those things and doing the disavowal. Because whether Destiny does it or not, there are plenty of people who are. So we have one guy who's being like, no, fuck you guys. I'm not going to do it unless the president starts saying, you know, turn your shit down. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Nobody's taking Destiny as their fucking barometer for what the left does. Anyway. Post a weird crisis king, yeah. However funny to call was on Honey Bath and Blood of Landlords, everyone knew that it was half joke. Okay. So, maybe help me understand, Cinderelli. What are you trying to say exactly? It's objectively a rationalization. It's okay. I mean, why does that mean that it's bad? Something being rationalizing something doesn't necessarily mean that your rationalization is bad or incorrect or whatever it may be. Ooh, I like the way that looks. Ooh. Whoa. What do we think? Do we like it? Do we like it? Wait, why, Bong? I think rational arguments can be fine. Hey. What's up?
Yeah, so if you you recall at the beginning when Kyla first started coming on, and um,
I don't recall Kyla coming on anything.
yeah,
Sorry.
um,
I have
so
to.
yeah, well, when she, yeah, of course, but yeah, when she first came up, um, she made this. I don't know why she changed this to her example into these lighters. Like we hold lighters against each other. Like I don't know why she didn't just use guns. Like um, as
Well, I mean,
far
she
as
might as well have just said pew pews at that point.
yeah, I don't know why she changed it to lighters. Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? It made it such a bad cringe. Like, what? This dude's gonna hurt me with a lighter? Okay.
Yeah.
But anyways, she started off with that analogy though to clarify that she understands that point, right? But that when you're using it to justify certain types of behavior, like I was uh, what I felt like she should have done to keep her point more like precise would to events to stick just with the um, attacking the fact that he tweeted at Charlie Kirk's wife. Right, which like I don't disagree with, like I don't think that that's necessarily bad, but I think it reinforces her point better,
Mm-hmm.
right? Yeah, I do feel like attacking him on his Piers Morgan debate, like that kind of got away from the point, right? Um, I am referencing Kyla, not so erudite. And uh, anyways, yeah. So um, that's where because I think what her main point was is that she was worried that that like people on the other side of the spectrum from him would go online and that she was concerned that he was probably at times crossing the line to the point where it was reinforcing this belief that the left is unhinged and are supporting violent acts and all of that sort of like bad stuff that we actually probably don't want to be associated with the left, right? Which,
Cosmic
yeah,
is saying he did not at the widow.
uh, um, uh, okay, I don't know if he used the at symbol at the window at the widow, but he definitely tweeted he like responded to her tweet or something like that. Like, he made fun of her. It was a very
Oh, look at
like,
this.
I don't know. You can try gaslight me
Oh,
if you
this
want,
is
but
quite
no,
nice. Oh, I
no,
like my
I don't
new
think it's
little
gaslighting.
cockpit.
I'm just playing, but
So I was just marveling at my new cockpit. It's very nice looking.
yeah, no, but he clearly like I said, I don't think that was like, I don't even necessarily think that was crossing the line, but I think it reinforced her point better, right? Like, I'm not I'm not trying to call into question that tweet itself. Like, that's not really the thing. Yeah.
Right.
But I do think it like kind of illustrated her point well. Um, like much better than anything else that she was bringing up.
Well, I mean, sure. But again, like, there's all this focus just on him. And
Yeah,
there's,
I
like,
don't think
so
there's any
many
advantage to him. I don't think there's
There's-
any advantage to him conceding that in a public forum.
Yeah,
though,
but even,
either.
like, in general, like, there's so much that just, like, doesn't... There's so many people who are not doing what he's doing, right? That I'm just kind of sitting here like, why does it fucking matter so much that the one dude, Destiny, is saying this? Like, he says, when the president of the United States is, like, encouraging violence and, you know, basically saying it without saying it and engaging in violent and incendiary rhetoric, and it's just like, bro, like, why are we so focused on this one fucking little dude from Nebraska when, like, the environment that I mean, like, are we seriously suggesting that it's the fault of people like Destiny that this shit is happening? Because it's ridiculous. I think what the president
Definitely.
is saying that I think what the president is saying is going to have far more impact on the public than what Destiny is saying. Most people don't even know who he is.
Yeah, no, like I thought his Piers Morgan like appearance was like completely justified. There was not like, especially because if you actually like watch it, he does like he does condemn political violence multiple times in their like panel. So
Yep.
he doesn't say it like when Piers Morgan's like, so will you like, you know, he never does it when Piers Morgan sets it up like that, but he did do it
Yeah.
several times in the panel for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, Barcode. I mean, like, it's so stupid. And to watch, like, Kyla and Soypill stand up in front of everybody and, like, feed into these really stupid points of view that they have without even intending to. I was just sitting there like, why? Why are you saying this in front of this fucking retard crowd right now, bro? You're you do this another time. Do this on the stream or something like that. But doing this in front of these fucking brainlets, it's a terrible idea. Andrew Wilson on Piers was like the Reese's of brain rot. It's two different types of brain rot combined in such a synergistic way. Andrew Wilson is an opportunist in my eyes. I think at any one time, if he can get a dig in on Destiny, he will. At the end of the day, in his own mind, I don't think he gives two shits. Soy is desperate for an audience, so much so that he'll burn bridges with Destiny. Well, I mean, how much of a bridge is there real? I don't know if it was like a full bridge. I think they were just like cordial or whatever. And Destiny's not going to burn. That's not
There was no
not
bridge
be,
burning.
That's not going to be enough to burn a bridge anyway. I mean, like.
Yeah, not with Destiny.
No.
Yeah, I mainly just wanted to kind of like steel man Kyla's position a little bit. I feel like Soy is just like a
A
fucking retard
bitch.
overall, honestly. Yeah, but like I did feel like Kyla, like you said, it was more well thought out, and I did feel like there's probably like a good point in there, and I did feel like it's worth giving like the steel man trying to actually like try to understand what she was really trying to get at, you know? Even
I
though
mean,
like I do also agree that she shouldn't have done it there. Like that's something I said in the chat
yeah,
earlier.
I mean,
That
like that's
yeah, they
fine.
shouldn't have done it there.
Like she can make the point, but like I've said like multiple times, I think we need the different points of view. I think we need those different perspectives, right? The idea that we all need to be like exactly the same in how we talk about this is stupid. We
I
should
don't think
have some
Kyla's I
people
don't
who
think
are more
Kyla's go-
aggressive. We should
I don't
have
think
some
Kyla's going
people
to
who are
that
pointing
extreme
out
though.
the no. I understand where she's coming from, but my rebuttal would be the same, which is we need the we need the whole sort of
But what about to her strong point, right? And okay, so suppose that Destiny like so to you the like tweeting at the widow didn't cross the line. To me it didn't cross the line either, but I can but like the way that the reason why I feel like I can understand Kyle is because I can like put myself in a position where I can empathize with somebody actually being upset about that. So can you like imagine Destiny putting out a tweet that is that is over the line, right? I feel like that's really the best way to like really comprehend what Kyle is saying. Like, what if Destiny is crossing the line at times where he should be more tempered with, like, he could still be edgy, but like, why the fuck, like, you know, I
I'm
think that's
just
the like fair way to engage with Kyla's point.
I mean like why don't we ask that question in a world where conservatives are not, on one side being like, "Oh my god, we're going to clutch our pearls anytime
Yeah, no,
anyone
but
on the
just like
left
as an
toes
independent of
toes
that,
toes out of line," while we simultaneously are like, "That's it, we're going to war. You want civil war, leftists? We got..." And it's not like the first time they fucking said this either. This is the thing that drives me nuts. They're like, "You leftists wanted war. They've been fucking salivating at the mouth for a civil war for like the past 10 fucking years. It's not like they've been fucking shy about it either. Like this idea that somehow now they're getting mad is such horse shit, dude. They've been saying this shit like forever. And so I
I don't
don't
care about
believe it.
them.
It feels
I'm
so
just
fake, and I'm not gonna care too much about what they feel about what Destiny is saying while they've been spreading this
I
kind
don't
of
care
rhetoric
about
for a
them
long
though.
time.
I don't
What do
care
you
about
mean?
them though. I'm just talking about I do this like as an exercise, like kind of in general. Like when somebody says something that I completely disagree with, if they're like really passionate about it, then if I have no reason to believe that they're just being performative, I will do these kinds of exercises just to like try to see what I'm not seeing, if that makes sense. So I'm not trying to do this as like, oh, Destiny, like as like a rebuttal type of a thing. Like
Uh-huh.
I'm doing it as like a independent, like just analytical thing. Like I'm a fan of Destiny. Like I'm not saying you should change his behavior or anything.
Okay.
Yeah, just trying to do that. Like try to get to what was Kyla really trying to say?
Okay. I mean, like, that's fine. I'm just like,
Yeah.
Kyla's sort of had this position for a while. Like, this isn't new for her, And
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
think
like,
Kyla's a little too soy, but
I mean, she can be a little more aggressive when she needs to be. I just, at this point, I'm like, yo,
no,
Kyla,
I mean
like, this is not the time.
in her in her analysis, she can be kind of like that sort of advice.
Weather update.
That like too sensitive sometimes, for sure, about certain things.
Yeah, I just don't think right now. I just don't think like right now she needs to be saying that. I think it's it's kind of counterproductive. Like Tiny is on the money, and when I'm talking about it, I'm like, okay, look, Like, we have those people who are doing exactly the thing everybody's saying Tiny should be doing, which is disavowing it, right? So let them do that. Let those people be that. Why are we like putting energy into trying to get this
Yeah,
one
no,
guy
but
into what?
like objectively, the real like true objective, which I do think he is trying to do, is like toning down the temperature ultimately, right? Like that's I think that, and I think that's why a lot of it is like I I don't really have a problem with it, because I think his objective is to get Donald Trump to change his behavior, which I think that he believes will have the a more significant impact on cooling down the temperature, right? Like I can wrap my head around his approach,
Yeah.
and I think like you that it's like, yeah, like people, sometimes you need people to be aggressive and do
Yeah.
uh those sorts of things. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the thing. This is the point that I'm trying to make specifically is like, okay, we have multiple people with multiple points of view, and so we can afford to have somebody be a little bit aggressive because hey, we have different points of view, people expressing things differently, right? Which means that he can have that point of view while our side is still disavowing the violence. We don't need him to fall in line in that way.
Yeah, no, and I'm not, and I'm the point isn't that he needs to disavow the violence. The point is whether, or like, which is why I keep bringing you back to that tweet of being directed at Charlie Kirk's wife. Which, like I said, it, I think a better way would be to be like, to imagine maybe a little bit more of an extreme tweet that would be offensive to you, particular, like to more people, I guess.
Uh huh.
Just I don't know. Just in terms of like, uh, because yeah, uh,
I mean, like,
there
are you
are
asking me
multiple
to
aspects going down.
think of one or something?
Oh no, no,
Okay,
not not.
because I'm not trying to get banned. Because I'm sure I could think of one.
I understand Cosmic Stray, the concept of that if somebody else wants to fight you, I can't choose to not fight you. Like if they just start punching me, like we're in a fight. I get this concept.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, what's
How
up?
are you?
Good. How are you? Oh, are you in chat?
I'm,
Have you been
I'm,
in
I'm-
chat? You have not been in chat.
I saw the title about COVID recovery.
Oh yeah. I'm recovering, or at least I hope so, right? Because Casper was like, just be ready. It's probably gonna come back, and I'm like, well, fuck me.
Oh, did you have confirmed COVID?
Yeah, I took a test. I think it was yesterday or the day before.
Wow.
It's my first time. Pop my COVID cherry. Woo!
I managed to dodge it all this time.
Well, I managed to get all the way up until now, and then here she is. Where the fuck is dioxide?
I got
Yeah,
it in March 2020. I got it early.
yeah, I heard your conversation.
Large deposits are extracted from common minerals.
Yeah, I was listening to you guys talking.
And what do you what are your thoughts?
I mean, there's a case to be made where you can say it's bad for violent things to happen, but I can also see the point where you say so specifically when you don't even have all the details of a case done, and you say I disavow this incident, you're claiming ownership of a thing that you don't even know all the details about. Um, So you can, I mean, there's a way you can walk the line. You can say that it's bad, these things are happening, but I wouldn't I wouldn't necessarily go claiming responsibility for it, unless you know like 100%, because it's not like it's sort of a it's just like with what happened to the Minnesota lawmakers. Like when that happened last month. First, the thing came out, oh, it's leftist, and then it came out, no, it wasn't. It was someone right wing. And then suddenly it disappeared and nobody cared. And you didn't see Piers Morgan coming on to ask his panelists
Right?
on the right if they do you
And how
disavow this
talking
act?
about how concerned he was.
Yeah. It's sort of like he will come on and he'll do this little hot concern trolling almost in a way where he just has this performative outrage when it's one side but not the other.
Yep. And that's like all the conservative media all the fucking time.
And he claims to be an independent, but he's really not really independent.
Dude, come on, nobody believes he is.
We gotta get changed slow. We got far.
Oh
Okay,
shit.
so I think
What up, Llama?
I think part of what I'm yeah. Okay. So there's like an interesting dichotomy going on here. Is so we have that concept of like that right, we're on a standoff, and if I like put my hands down, he's still gonna punch me, right? Like, so we have that dynamic going on, right? The one that Destiny's been kind of laying out several times. But then I think that what the struggle is then you have Kyla on the other side seeing that like that there's also like another concept where there's a perpetual never-ending cycle of violence, right, between two opponents, which is like a classical thing, right? And so like I think that that's what she's trying to struggle between those two, right? Is trying to figure out like when to do what. And I think that that's actually a very fair thing. That's kind of what I've been struggling with, how to articulate it, and I think that that's how to articulate it, right? So yeah, I think that that's why I'm super interested in. Like, I do think I think that's interesting. Yeah.
You do violence until violence ends. Wow.
Yeah.
Taking too long. My bad.
Yeah, I
Wait,
mean, I
what's
think
going
that
on,
makes
Lava?
sense. Oh, he was at a basketball game, it looked like. I saw his video.
Ah, very cool. Okay, dioxide, deuterium.
But yeah, that makes sense,
Yeah, no,
right, Daniel? Thanks.
I can see that because see, I know sometimes like
That's
I know
no
Tanya
moon.
shoots straight from the hip, and sometimes he will just blurt it out, and he doesn't necessarily choose the best words. And I
Sure
think
is. Yeet.
Tanya sometimes she focuses a bit too much on the production aspect, though she is right to be concerned sometimes.
Yeah.
But at the
But
same
yeah.
time, even if he was to go on and wearing sackcloth and the vestments of a Franciscan monk and shave his head bald and sprinkled ashes over his head, um, it wouldn't change the opinion of people like Jack Sobiek or Andrew Wilson or the other people when Pierce has Destiny 4v1, including him. You know,
Mhm.
whenever he has someone on who's liberal or something like that, it's always like a 3v1 or 4v1.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like, and I don't think you should change his behavior or anything like that. Yeah. Uh, if anything, like at most, like maybe if he hasn't considered this like if he hasn't considered it, maybe like I don't know, but yeah, I actually feel a lot better about working that out in my head. And
It was a good engagement on the panel, though he did not let up. Yeah, I agree.
yeah, I'm 100% behind his performance on the panel and all of that. I
Wait,
thought it
so
was great.
you're Llama? You're at the fucking rodeo? I don't think I can sustain that level of stonewalling. Yeah. Boy, Stonewall Jackson. Oh, Daniel just fucked off. In the middle of the conversation.
Great.
Wow. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Well, I better ye a couple haws for us. Yes, sir. Ye some haws. How would you have gone about it, Cinderella? Cosmic's asking.
On the panel or
Yeah.
like last
You better
night.
give him a
I
good
mean,
answer. You don't know. I don't think you understand the sting of getting a cosmic facepalm. Okay, so just be ready.
no, I mean, I'll first and foremost concede that was probably just not the proper forum to approach him on that. That they should have just done it like in Discord or what, like in the fucking car. I don't know. But yeah, the main modification to her approach that I would have done is to not have gone into Piers Morgan at all, and it would have been purely to have just focused on that tweet and made like if she found that morally beyond the crossing the line, then lean into that and like use, because you need a really pointed example of precisely the behavior that she's trying to criticize for him. So, and then now that I've thought about it a little bit more thoroughly, I would probably also bring up those dichotomies that I was just talking about before. That it's kind of these two competing, like perspectives or ways of approaching situations or whatever it is. Yeah. Anyways, that would be my approach. I don't know if it would have made a big difference. And like I said, it would have been best to have done that somewhere besides on a live debate panel in front of a bunch of people. Hopefully I don't get a facepalm for that.
What do you think, Cosmo?
I don't know. That's the best I got.
Facepalm or Pregi? What do we got?
Or in between is fine too.
Oh,
sweet.
Flowey.
That was nice. Wow, that's really nice. Yeah, I put thought into it. I appreciate that.
Oh, did I? What kind of fucking deposit is this? Did I just like clear out a tiny part of it? This ain't replenishing. God, this is a persistent ass universe, huh? Okay, fine. I need more dioxite. Where's she at? Oh.
Yeah, I'm a really big fan of Kyla. Like, I think that she's had some really good segments with Destiny, and
I like Kyla as well.
I've actually, I've thought some of the things that she's said over time have, like, I thought she's been profound and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I really like.
She's a smart kid.
Definitely. So yeah, that's why I probably put more thought into this than the soy pill. I'm not putting very much thought into it.
I don't know. I mean, like, I haven't heard soy pill. She can be. I agree. Soy Pill, like, I don't know if I've seen enough to, like, have formed a full opinion on him. Like, he's not as cucked as, like, a lot of, like, far leftists are, but he can still be pretty cucked. That's sort of my
He was
my
better
view of
than
him at this point.
what was the other soy one that Destiny just like mogged and got to quit
To
streaming
quit.
basically?
Fuck.
Econo
See?
Boy, yeah.
Econoboy.
Yeah.
He got so fucked that we've already forgotten him.
Oh, yeah, you forgot. But yeah, no, he's like I I don't hate him. I don't have like that with Econo Boy. I almost like had this initial like but I don't have that like I don't have it to the same degree with Soy Pill, I
yeah.
guess. I feel like
I feel
like he
his
could
name,
probably,
though,
like-
his name just kind of automatically
Yeah.
makes you be like, bro, who is
Definitely.
this guy? He doesn't do
Yeah.
himself any favors with that name, for sure.
But if he was doing something cool, like made a cool video on something like, you know, that I'd probably be like, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised to see him putting something actually appealing out either.
Sure.
Econo Boy though, I would have been like, damn dude, like that would there's no shot I would have expected him to put something
Yeah.
good out.
Yeah, Econoboy. I mean, like, every once in a while he'd have a good nugget, right? But, like,
Yeah,
he's
not
just...
not to like disparage him on a personal level.
Yeah, but, like, for someone whose, like, name is Econoboy, like... Fuck, his point of view
for
with,
real.
like, leftist economics was,
Yeah.
really frustrating.
Yeah. For sure.
Should watch Soy Pill. Oh, boy. Okay. Alright, let me finish digging this hole real quick. And then I'll put that on. That ought to be good.
Yeah, the other downside with Erudite, which I wish he would like be able to develop somehow, but it's so hard to teach people certain skills but her debate skills, like she gets like overwhelmed during debates or something. Like, yeah, I don't know. I wish she was better at debating because
Actually, Bung, that's why most of our left is not cringe. The ones who are the far left, which is grossly, like, overstated as far as their representation of the party goes. It's because they're the ones who are on the internet being fucking loud and shit, when in reality, most of the American left is far more moderate. Let's see how we looking here. Oh, I still want more than that.
oh my god.
What?
Protection boy.
Erudite is one of the worst types of humans you could possibly be. Canadian. Ooh.
Yeah.
6 to 8 parties that would be for those cringe people in those smaller parties. We do have them. They're just clinging on to this idea. The reason why they haven't formed their own third party is because they're clinging on to this idea that somehow everybody already agrees with them. And it's just because the Democrats and the donors control everything that they're not like the kings of the left. But we're in the process of trying to kick them the fuck out right now, so... They can go fuck around with the Greens for all I care. That weirdo vice presidential candidate that was running with Jill Stein, who's always wearing that fucking hat. Who's that guy? You know what I'm talking about?
Not me. I do not. You said hanging out with Jill Stein with a hat?
Yeah, her cringe, like, I guess he was her vice presidential candidate. It seemed like he was more in control of everything than she was. And she was just sitting there all cucked like, yes, yes, sir. Yes, based melanated king. Whatever you say.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, I try to pay as little attention to politicians as I can, like on a day-to-day
Mm-hmm.
basis, kind of a thing. Yeah,
I mean, you know who Jill Stein is, right?
I've heard her name, but I
Oh,
don't.
Jesus.
Yeah, I don't recall off the top of my head what she looks like.
Yeah, well, she sucks.
So-
That's all you need to know.
Oh, I just googled her now. Yeah, I remember seeing clips of this. California. I thought I remembered her having an accent.
Most left party in Finland, no one's having radical and retarded takes like Hassan and his cronies because we're expected to work with other parties. We're happy to make good progress on jobs in other parties. Yeah, but even in a two-party system, like, you still should work in coalitions. That's the problem. Like, in Congress, you still have to work, like, together with the people you caucus with. People think that because there's a two-party system, you don't have to form coalitions within the party, but you do. And, like, especially over the last 10 years or so, that shows us that. Van Kirk.
Bro, what the fuck?
What?
What have you got there?
What are you talking
A
about?
mech suit?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
It's called the
that's,
Minotaur. Andy follows me around in battles and shit when I'm not inside of him.
That's what she said.
I know things make the other side accept. It never happened in the EU. Normally, things make the other side. So, I mean, the purpose of it originally, the way it's built, is to ensure that the minority isn't neglected. There's a certain wisdom in it. It just works a little bit differently from the way, like, parliamentary systems work. The problem is when you have parties that have gone to, like, crazy extremes, then you're dealing with a different issue. Which is what we're kind of dealing with right now. Oh, Mama sent me a message. We're gonna do it tonight with the wife and family. Oh, cool. Alright. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, I'm on my Ferrata. Oh, yeah, I need to do this, right?
I had a witty quip for Casper, but it's not coming to me.
It's okay. It really frustrates her that people like this game.
But yeah, it could like macro that shit or something. 400 hours macroed. I'm not playing that. I don't have to play it.
Later.
To be clear, barcode.
Send him a Disney.
Roommate was definitely a romantic partner.
It seems like it.
He was referring to.
They champion
They were referring to the
Pressler.
roommate as love. Granted, I guess people could call people that.
Boy,
they're not in a
Disney
relationship
really fucked
as love.
themselves up, huh? They just pissed off everybody now, both sides of the aisle. They pissed off the right by literally just making movies, and they pissed off the left by suspending Jimmy Kimmel.
If they had suspended Jimmy Kimmel before Trump demanded it, I would have applauded that decision. But now, I don't applaud it.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
I mean the FCC pressure is really scary. And this is the part that's kind of driving me nuts about like how people are like, oh, what do you mean? The left did this all the time. And I'm like, no, that is not the same thing. That is not the same thing. That's what's happening right now. They didn't apply pressure from the government in order to make them do this. That's not what happened.
We bring you a whole new Disney. There are new stories to be told.
But yeah, I didn't like any of the late night comedians. I felt like they all had to go before the whole Trump fiasco. But yeah,
New songs to be sung.
We don't talk about Jeffrey. We don't talk about Jeffrey.
New sequels to timeless classics. Lock her up!
Okay, now I'm gonna grab you by the pussy. Where is your pussy?
Because not every voice needs to be heard.
Bambi, trans women are women.
Olaf, you are made out of snow, right?
Yes.
So that means climate change isn't real.
Making our company great again with brand new adventures.
I'm gonna go suck Donald Trump's dick.
The new Disney. It's a small world after all.
That was wild. All right, let's watch this soy pill Luigi.
How many people in here
thing.
think that it was like...
Ooh, this is long. Okay, fuck it. Should we watch this whole thing, Cosmic, or is there like a timestamp you want me to go to for soy pill defending Luigi Cuck, the Luigi Cuck boy? Let's see, we want to Stony Planet. What Kirk said about gays, trans, is true. His original, he could be rape related. Weather mostly calm. Boiling monsoons. Ooh. How many do I have? 4. Oh. Just some bits I remember the vaping weird because Luigi's a crazy lunatic and soy pill was trying to defend him. Because it's pretty long. It's 2 hours and 45 minutes. I don't know if we want to watch the whole thing. Let's see. A space station, a regular space station, add an augmentation and purchase them. Make sure you click where you want it to go. So, UIs, looks, cargo slots. Buy them using an inventory expansion or memory fragment. Hit parts force the game to add slots we have here. Oh Jesus, 75 million a slot. Okay. A bit of history plus recipe for apple pie from the Middle Ages. Oh boy. How about this video on books banned by the Catholic Church? I think we're getting closer. I don't know if I'm feeling either of those right now. I want something politics. I just don't know if 2 hours and 45 minutes is what I want to jump into for right now. Okay, salvage ships. Frigate expeditions, crash freighter sites. Okay, where do I find the crash freighters? Wait. Crash freighter. Time in solving a puzzle at a transmission tower. Planetary chart. Activity signal booster on the planet surface. Emergency cartographer data chart from cartographer to space station. Okay. Man, after having watched that Destiny College Kids debate thing, I kind of wish I had saved it for today, though. Ash got with aggressive. What texts? Cash got with An aggressive interview posture. I'm not sure exactly what you're saying. Blah, 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 blah. It's balanced. Okay, well, we don't need all that, right? Why is that skipping? Maybe I should do just these? Okay. Aw. Have fun. Their reproduction. This is what Cash said. They pulled the roommate and aggressively interviewed them. Huh. Interesting. Wait a minute. So they didn't actually pull that off of a phone? He just told them that? She, he, she, they? Oh, no. That's fucking sus. That's super fucking sus. Oh, Tiny's done. Tiny's done. Does that mean everybody's coming over? Give me that shout out for those of you who are in both. Do me that favor. You know I appreciate it. Do we have enough for combat? Yeah. Sick. Pew. Get back to my syrup. Actually, though. Know what was in a destroyed note. Yeah, I know. But, like, we didn't know that at first. Like, they didn't say that from the beginning. Right? I think we were all led to believe that, like, they found this in a text, right? By the way they were kind of stating things. Heyo. We need a storm. That's what we need. The idea of the suspect dating a trans woman makes him center left is what I would disagree with. Especially as he was unaffiliated. Well, yeah. Plus, like, there are plenty of people on the right who are into trans people, as much as they don't like to say it. Here we go. Here we go. Is he really? No. Really? Or are you just memeing? Give me that storm crystal. Give me that storm crystal. Trying to get that. Transport on his phone during the Sandy Hook defamation trials. Nice. Yeah, I just don't. Yeah, like I just know so little. I know so fucking little at this point. You know, like. Is there anything I'm missing here? No, it's, oh, it's already built in. I already have that. Oh, how are we getting up there? We ain't getting up there. Damn, they just like carved this out of the fucking landscape for this procedurally generated little village. It's a big old fucking hole. Leftist ideology quote comes from his Mormon MAGA mom. I assume anything to do with gays to her is leftist propaganda. Maybe. Could be. Alright. No, fuck off! You're gonna get me hurt. You're gonna get me hurt. Ooh, that was close. Alright, I think that's fine for now. Hello. Thank you. I'm gonna jump and look at that source in a second. Nice. That was a good little adventure. Got myself quite a few of those storm crystals. Oh, quite good. Quite good. Yes. Can I summon here? I should be able to, yes. Oh. Oh. Oh, why are you freaking out? Okay. Exocloft. Oh no! Oh, that was dumb. Hang on. I forgot to pull the other ones out of the Minotaur first. Zoop. Wait. Oh. Well, fuck me then. Okay. Let's do it. Oh, oh. Okay. Oh, everybody's showing up. How's everybody doing? My exocrafts all updated. Did you get COVID? Yes, I still have it a little bit. Okay. Okay. Sweet. Okay. Sorry that I've been sick for like a month. Damn, a month? With what? Oh. Mostly gastrointestinal, but enough to keep me within a block radius of my house. I was seriously weak for a while there. Damn, that sucks. Yeah, day one was really tough for me. Like, I had a lot of body weakness, all that kind of stuff. Not fun. Oh, cool. That's cool. I got more than one now. Sweet. Space station. The overseer. That was the last one. So dive within. Is that a Rishi station? Is that it? I don't fucking. Okay, I'm just gonna go to my ship. Hey Nick! Welcome! Welcome very much. Alright. What should we watch? Hello. Oh. Sorry. Sorry, guy. Oh. Take me to my ship. Where is... There should be a teleporter to my Corvette. There it is. Oh. Yeah, same. Oh, pretty. I have one of those. Austrian Empire demanding dumplings. Was? Alright, fuck it.
World has ever known, ruling over much of Europe for around 400 years. Unfortunately, due to generations of inbreeding, some of the rulers that they produced weren't exactly up to the job. Like the Austrian Emperor Ferdinand I, whose only real claim...
Oh. Good news, guys. It's not for sure yet, but I may, keyword may, be replacing my potato soon.
Claim to fame was his love of dumplings, like these Marillenknödel or apricot dumplings from 19th century Austria. So thank you to Babbel for sponsoring this video as we demand the dumplings of an emperor. This time on Tasting History.
Hey, what up, Go? Oh, yeah, if you're confused by that, when I say my potato, I mean my basically 10-year-old PC that I'm always gaming and playing on. In case that wasn't clear. Yeah, Cosmic. Yeah. And she gonna be a beast. I'm looking at some builds potentially with 5090. We're going hard, boys.
And the first is an interesting fellow because while he ruled over Austria for 13 years, not an insignificant amount of time, there's not a lot known about him, especially during that period, because he didn't do much of the ruling. See, largely due to the genetic closeness of his...
Not what's called colloquially. Nope, not a real potato. 4090 is sufficient for your need. I am aware of this. It's not about what's sufficient. It's about what I want. I want the latest and the greatest. I actually game pretty hard. I've held off on a lot of games because I felt like my computer wouldn't be able to handle them while streaming. But I want one that's going to last a while, right? So I'm not just thinking about what I need now. You know, this one lasted about 10 years. I want to get a rig that's going to last me a similar amount of time. So I'm just thinking like 5090, 64 gigs RAM, 4 to 8 terabytes NVMe. I was thinking more an AMD processor than an Intel because it looks like the AMDs are better for gaming. Anyway, yeah, that's where my head's at. What was the what was the model processor? 3XD or X3D. One of the better ones, probably. One of the better X3D.
His parents and their parents, they were actually double first cousins, which means they shared grandparents on both sides. Very, very close. Largely due to that fact, Ferdinand suffered from a number of physical ailments, everything from hydrocephalus to severe epilepsy to a horrible speech impediment. This, along with supposed impaired cognitive abilities, made it so he didn't have a lot to say in the governing of the empire. In fact, one of the only things he is known to have said, probably, is Kaiser bin ich und Knödel muss ich haben. Emperor am I, and dumplings I must have. There are different variations on that quote.
I mean,
They're
I like
all written
dumplings
around
too.
the late 19th century, but they all amount to he was emperor and he wants his dumplings. Unfortunately,
Hell
they
yeah.
never say what kind of dumplings, so I looked at a cookbook that was written just a few years after he left the throne. It's an Austrian cookbook called Süddeutsche Küche by Katharina Prato. And there are a number of dumpling options, including one that is made with apricots or plums. And for those, she gives options to make the dough out of just butter and flour. One is a strudel dough, another uses potato, and then one uses quark, which is a type of cheese. And that's the one I will be making
Quark?
today. Now, it's kind of confusing because each recipe
It's also a
references
certain
the other
Ferengi
recipes, so I kind of
bartender.
have to mash them down, but essentially what it says is apricot and plum dumplings with quark dough. You mix 4 deciliters flour and 20 decagrams quark and 3 yolks to make a soft dough. Roll out fairly thick, cut into large pieces enough to wrap a plum or apricot. Then seal them well. Boil the dumplings in salted water. Lift them out carefully with a spoon so they don't stick to the bottom, then transfer with a slotted spoon into hot butter in a dish. Let them brown on one side. In the butter, you can first brown some sugar and breadcrumbs. Coat with sugar, cinnamon, and brown breadcrumbs. I have to admit I am still having trouble reading this font. It's called Fraktur, but I am getting better. And once I do figure out exactly what the word is trying to spell out, my translating it is also getting better as I continue to learn German through today's
Not be
sponsor,
willing,
Babbel.
yeah.
Babbel is one of the top language learning apps in the world, and all of the lessons are created by real, actual language teachers. I also love it because most of the lessons are about 15 minutes, so you can do 1 or 2 each day just whenever you have time, and it really adds up. And there's so many great reasons to learn a new language. One can just be to better your mind, or if you want to learn how to speak to a family member who doesn't speak your language. I'm learning it because I like to travel, and I am
Good for
going
you,
back
bro.
to Austria in October. So
Fucking great.
I plan on using some German. Like when I go to one of the pastry shops, I can ask, "Kann ich die Rechnung haben?" And when they bring me the check, I can let out an audible
ridiculous.
gasp as I see the total of the bill that reflects all of the dumplings that I do plan to eat. Wirklich? So if you want to start speaking a new language in as little as 3 weeks, then just click my link in the description or scan this QR code and you can get up to 55% off of your Babbel subscription. That is 55% off of your Babbel subscription when you use my link in the description. Now, I am not going to wait until I get to Austria to have some dumplings, so I better start making them right now. So, for this recipe, what you will need is 8 to 10 apricots, 1 2/3 cup or 200 grams of flour, and 3/4 of a cup or 200 grams of quark or ricotta. They're both cheese, they are not exactly the same, but finding quark in the United States can be rather difficult. I'm not exactly sure why. Ricotta makes a fine
because he
substitute.
lives on
Then
a
3
space
egg yolks,
station.
6 tablespoons or 85
in the
grams
beta
of butter,
quadrant.
a 1/4 cup or 50 grams of sugar, a 1/2 cup or 65 grams of breadcrumbs,
Sorry,
3/4
I'm
of a
gonna keep
teaspoon of
making this
cinnamon,
joke.
plus if you want, some additional sugar cubes that you can use to stuff the apricots. This is not part of the 19th century
not what I meant
recipe,
to do.
but it is traditional to do in Austria and has been for a long time. So if you want to remove the pit and add those, you can. Otherwise, you still need to start by removing the pit. And you do this by sticking a chopstick or the end of a butter knife or something like that and just pushing it right through. Then you can stuff it with those sugar cubes, or not if you
I
don't
know.
want to. Then prepare your dough by adding the 200
But
grams
I
of
can't
flour
help it.
and the 200 grams of quark or ricotta to a bowl and start to mix them together. Also, let me tell you how frustrating it was that she calls in the recipe for 4 deciliters flour and 20 decagrams of quark. Who measures flour in tenths of a liter, first of all? And second of all, when you weigh them both out, they're the same weight. So it would have just been so much easier to do both in grams or decagrams, I don't know. Anyway, it is what it is. So once the cheese and flour are mixed, add the egg yolks and mix those in until you have a sticky dough. Then the recipe says to roll the dough out. Now, honestly,
Roll the
you could
dough.
probably just take the dough, kind of pat it in your hand, and wrap it around the apricot. It's going to end up being pretty much the same thing, but I am a stickler for following the instructions of old recipes, so I am going to, except for the sugar cube, which I added to several of them, but disregard that, I am going to try to roll this dough out. Frankly, it was way too sticky at first, so I did chill it for a half an hour to firm it up, and then I was able to roll it out, but even then only between 2 sheets of parchment. Then cut out some rounds of dough and wrap those around each of the apricots. This essentially gives you the same exact outcome as if you had just mashed some dough in your hand and wrapped it around the apricot. But as you can see by her measuring flour in deciliters, Ms. Prato enjoyed doing things the hard way. Once you've got all of your apricots wrapped up in dough, then you can boil some water, and she does say to add salt to it. She's not specific on how much. I added 1 tablespoon. Once the water is simmering, gently add your dumplings to the water, and you're going to let them simmer for 8 to 10 minutes, depending on how firm your apricots were. And every minute or so, move the dumplings around so they don't stick to the bottom. Eventually, they should actually start floating. As they simmer, you can go ahead and melt the butter in a pan and add the sugar and cinnamon. Let the sugar melt into the butter and then add the breadcrumbs and toss them into the butter and let them toast for several minutes until they're well browned and fragrant. And depending on the
Where's
breadcrumbs that you
Casper?
use,
This
they
is
might
like
soak
her
up too
type
much
of
of the
thing.
butter. You want some of the butter still in there, so you might need to add more butter, or if it's just tons of butter left, then add more breadcrumbs. Once the dumplings are done, you can take one out with a slotted spoon, let the water drip off, and then set it in the pan with the butter and breadcrumbs. Let it sit for just a few seconds to brown on the bottom, as she said, and then start to gently move it around, covering it with the breadcrumbs. Getting the crumbs to stick is kind of tricky. It really just depends on the butter to breadcrumb ratio, but eventually they should build up a decent crust. And while you do that, make sure to like this video and hit the subscribe button. It really does help out the channel.
Don't tell me what to
And I
do.
can tell you a little bit more about Ferdinand I, Austria's dumpling-loving emperor. The Habsburgs have always been the butt of jokes when it comes to monarchical
That's it.
inbreeding,
That's all I'm
and
getting.
usually it's because you can see it on their face. Rulers like Charles II of Spain, Princess Maria Antonia of Austria, and even the elongated head of Ferdinand's father, Franz, or Francis II, last Holy Roman Emperor, and then he became Francis I of Austria. And this head he passed down to his eldest son, Ferdinand. Now, it was known from pretty early on in Ferdinand's life that he was not going to make a typical emperor because he had a lot of disabilities. Some were like horrible speech impediment and things like that, but also he had epilepsy, which gave him near constant seizures during some periods of his life, so he couldn't hold a glass of water or walk up and down stairs without help. Not exactly what they wanted in a typical emperor at the time. So then why did he become emperor? Well, that is a good question. And the answer lies with 2 people. One was his father, and the other was Prince Clemens von Metternich, his father's chancellor. Now, neither of these men wrote down exactly what their thought process in making Ferdinand emperor was, but when it comes to his father, Francis, it's thought that it had to do with the fact that he just didn't want anything to change, especially the succession line, because he was very conservative when it came to things like this. For most of his life, things had been changing a lot. He had lived through the upheaval of Napoleon Bonaparte and seen the social reforms of his uncle, Joseph II. That is the emperor from one of my favorite movies, Amadeus.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no.
Emperor Joseph was a great proponent of the arts, legal reform, and advancements in medicine, and he made the elementary education of boys and girls compulsory. And none of these things were high priorities on Emperor Francis's list. But maybe the worst thing in his eyes that his uncle did as emperor was to curb the power of the Catholic Church in the empire and to promote religious tolerance. As for his chancellor Metternich, he was also very conservative in his views, and he also believed in the strict line of succession and upholding that. But more likely, the reason didn't have to do with succession as much as if Ferdinand was on the throne, then the real power in Austria would be Metternich. So, when Emperor Francis died in 1835, he ended up leaving his eldest son, Ferdinand, the instruction to basically change absolutely nothing and listen to Prince Metternich and his council, mostly made up of other far more capable family members. And this is why, even though Ferdinand was emperor for 13 years, he isn't really remembered for doing much in that time. It was said that during meetings, while everyone else was talking about matters of state, he would sit there and count the carriages that went by the palace, and then at the end of the meeting, he would report on how many carriages went by. At that point, he could do the only thing that he really needed to do, and that was to sign all of the documents that the council had just discussed. Now, you hear stories like that, but then it's also known that he spoke 5 languages. He was actually rather witty. He was really interested in the arts and in different inventions and gardening. So it's not entirely clear how feeble-minded he was. Maybe he went in and out, or maybe it was just later on, how people wrote about him. Either way, as emperor, didn't do much. But as I said, it wasn't actually his mental state that was the great hindrance, but rather his physical state. In fact, his wife, Maria Anna of Savoy, was said to have referred to herself as his nurse at times, as he could suffer up to 20 seizures per day. Now, during his reign, all of these issues were kept pretty hush-hush from the public, and it was only later, after his death, that stories began to be published about the supposed feeble-mindedness of the emperor, including the story about his love of dumplings. As it was recorded, the story came from the first year of his reign. He and his entourage went down to travel through Styria, a region in southern Austria. And while they were walking through a valley, it began to pour rain. And so they took refuge in a farmhouse where a lady and her husband had just prepared a dinner of dumplings made with coarse flour. This was the epitome of peasant food, and so the emperor had obviously never tried it before. But being good hosts, the couple said, "Would you like to share our dumplings with you?" And Ferdinand said, "I don't mind if I do." And according to one account that was published in 1875, the year of his death, to the great horror of the chamberlains and courtiers, Ferdinand helped himself very freely and made a heartier meal of the dumplings than they had ever seen him enjoy at a grand dinner at the Hofburg in Vienna. Well, when they finally returned to Vienna, he insists on having these dumplings as part of every meal that he eats. And the chef at the royal palace was flabbergasted, and he was, used to serving really fancy food. And so he was beside himself having to make these dumplings. And the court physicians were saying, "You're eating too many dumplings. This cannot be good for your health." But Ferdinand, who on other occasions never had shown a will of his own, remained this time firm as a rock and would not give up his fancy for dumplings. When the physicians positively declared that they could not allow His Majesty to dine off dumplings, he stamped with his foot and cried that he would not sign another official document until he had got his dumplings for dinner. "Kaiser bin ich, und Knödel musse ich haben. Emperor I am, and dumplings I will have." The reporter wrote this story down in the 1870s, and he said that by that time, in Vienna, the phrase had come into popular use amongst the people and would be used whenever anybody in Vienna insists with stubbornness on having a silly whim gratified. What a legacy to have as an emperor. 13 years on the throne, and you're known for stubbornly loving dumplings.
Oh, shit.
Alas. Now, the only other real concrete story that we have of Ferdinand from this period comes from the very end of his reign. The year was 1848, which was one of the most important years in all of European history. It is the year that absolutely everything fell apart and then, for the most part, was quickly put back together again, at least until World War I. There have been entire books and classes written on this one year, so obviously it's very complicated and I can't go into the entire thing, but suffice it to say, pretty much everyone was part of a revolution. There were revolutions in Palermo, Paris, Baden, Munich, Berlin, Poland, Milan, Venice, Dresden, Moldavia, Wallachia, Transylvania, Prague, Rome, Budapest, and of course, Vienna. Many of these revolutions could actually be tied to a system that Prince Metternich had set up at the end of the Congress of Vienna following the fall of Napoleon. Well, while this system kept the peace for a very long time, in 1848 it all fell apart and Metternich was dismissed. But that did not end the revolutions. There was a full-scale war of independence in Hungary that aimed to throw off the Habsburg rule. In Vienna, the Minister of War was taken by an angry mob and lynched near the armory. As the crowds raged just outside the doors of the palace, Ferdinand asked someone, "What is going on? What is all that noise?" And someone told him, "The people are revolting." And he just asked, "Are they allowed to do that?" Well, yes, they were allowed to do that, I guess. Can't really stop them. And so he ended up fleeing the capital and then abdicated in favor of his far more capable nephew, Franz Joseph, who would rule until World War I. Ferdinand is recorded as saying to Franz upon giving up his throne, "God bless you, be good. God will protect you. I do this gladly." Though years later in 1866, when Franz Joseph suffered a horrible military defeat at the Battle of Königgrätz, Ferdinand was said to have remarked, "Well, even I could have done that." See, guy was pretty witty. He spent the remainder of his life in Prague, gardening mostly, and was by all accounts beloved. He even earned the sobriquet Der Gütige, translated as the kind, or sometimes the benign. Not a bad way to be remembered, I suppose. Though I think even a better way is actually to be remembered as the emperor who absolutely loved his dumplings. Dumplings, like the ones that I'm about to eat right now. So once all of the dumplings are coated in breadcrumbs, sprinkle with a little powdered sugar and serve. And here we are, the apricot dumplings of Kaiser Ferdinand of Austria. I do believe that they need to be served pretty much right away while they're still pretty warm. Modern recipes, if you look at them, they're a little bit different in how they coat them, and frankly, I think it's probably easier to get the coating on them using modern recipes, but this ended up working pretty well. And, you know, powdered sugar hides a lot of issues. Here we go. That's dainty. That's really good, though. I don't know if you can see that beautiful color of the apricot inside. It's just so juicy. And the outside, wonderfully crisp, like crunchy outside. But then the dough is very soft. It's almost like a shell on the outside and then very soft. Sweet, but it is mostly apricot. So you're getting apricot sweetness, not just sugar sweetness, which is good. The quark, it doesn't taste like cheese in any capacity. It's almost just like...
Quark does not taste like cheese.
I think helps the texture. So I'm guessing the potato ones are very similar.
Better be
I don't know
careful
that for a
around
fact,
them
but I would think,
lobes.
because you're not getting the flavor at all of cheese. It's just, it's more like a pie dough. They're really good though. I'm taking another bite. Don't judge me for how this looks. So they definitely take some finesse, some patience. Probably better to eat it with a fork and knife than not just bite into it like an apple. Meh, whatever. But they're fantastic, and you should definitely try them. They are definitely worth it. If apricots are not in season, which they are often not, then plums work. And if not, then wait until one of those two things are in season, I suppose. Also, while I am in Europe, I'm doing Austria and Hungary and going to be in Spain and Portugal, I'm going to be posting a lot mostly over on Instagram. I post some here on YouTube on the
it's
community
paying
tab,
Cassius
but
on a
mostly it's
cargo
over on Instagram. So if you want to follow me and my travels over there, follow me at
Where did that last
Tasting
cargo
History
pod
with
at?
Max Miller on Instagram, and I will see you next time on Tasting History.
Alright, that was fun. What else we got? Quark tastes like tube grubs and stale umox. No! Umox is, I don't think I think umox is like the ear massage though, right? So I don't know if you can taste umox. What was it like?
While a medieval tavern in a fantasy game might be where you'd go to receive a quest from a hooded stranger in the corner, in real life, it was where you went to gamble, drink, and eat. Perhaps something like this bowl of beef pottage known as bucanada. So thank you to Squarespace for sponsoring this video as we visit a medieval tavern, this time on Tasting History. So if you ever find yourself in the late medieval period and you are in need of food and drink, you better find yourself an inn, tavern, or alehouse.
Okay.
Now, all three of those are not exactly synonymous, and we'll talk about how they're different a little bit later. But in general, you should be able to go to any of them and get a drink and probably some food. Now, depending on the quality of the establishment, you might just be getting some bread and cheese. But if it's a reputable tavern, you should be able to get a bowl of pottage or stew. Now, some of these places might have what today is called a hunter's pot, or perpetual stew going. And this is the concept of always having a cauldron of stew or pottage going at all times. Basically, you would take a bowl from it and then replace the ingredients that you just took out, so it's always replenishing itself. Even today, there are places that still practice this. There's a place in Japan who has been serving the same broth since 1945. And in Perpignan, France, they served the same stew from the 15th century all the way up until World War II when they couldn't get the right ingredients. And in the Middle Ages, getting the right ingredients would also influence what your stew would be. You might just get a vegetable pottage, in some place it would just be beans and cabbages, but some places it might be like a fish stew or something with really quality meat in it. One of the most common stews from this period, which I've found recipes for in pretty much every cooking manuscript from England and France from the Middle Ages, is called bucanada or bocanade. Take veal, kid, or hen, and boil them in fair water, or else in fresh broth, and smite them in pieces, and pick them clean. And then draw the same broth through a strainer, and cast thereto parsley, sage, hyssop, mace, cloves, and let it boil till the flesh be enough. Then set it from the fire.
You can't say parsley, sage, and then not say rosemary and
powdered
thyme.
Ginger, various saffron, and salt, and then serve it forth for a good meat. I just find it so interesting that while the spellings have obviously changed, and they would have been pronounced quite differently back in the day, the words themselves, for the most part, are the same words that we would use today. Now, there are words like smite, which means to cut, but we don't usually use it in like recipes. It's more of a biblical cutting, I guess. Though, maybe we should bring that back. In my next cookbook, I'm gonna get rid of the word cut and use to smite. Now, there are a few words in the original that we don't use at all in English today, like æren, which was a Middle English word for eggs. Though eggs was also a Middle English word for eggs, and it is around the time of this recipe that we see one get picked over the other. In 1490, William Caxton translated Virgil's Aeneid into English, and he was frustrated with how the English language was changing at the time. He tells a story of a mercer or a cloth merchant named Sheffield, and he was from the north of England, and he finds himself in Kent, in the south of England. And he goes up to this woman and asks her for some eggs. And she says, "I don't know what you're saying, I don't speak French." Well, neither did he, because eggs is not a French word. But she didn't know the word eggs because she was from the south, and she said æren, Well, someone nearby overheard the confusion and said, ask for Erin, and he got his eggs. But after telling this story, Caxton admits that he's also confused and finds consternation in these two different words meaning the same thing. And he writes, "Lo, what should a man in these days now write? Eggis or Erin? Certainly it is hard to please every man because of diversity and change of language." But the thing is, he picked one, and he picked eggs. And usually it wouldn't matter which one he picked in years before because he would write it down and a few people would read it, great. But he was using a printing press. So thousands and thousands of these were going out, and so eggs became the word to use. And he did that with a lot of different words. He was the one that chose which version we use even to this day. Anyway, I just thought that was interesting. On to the recipe. So for this boucanade, what you'll need is 3 to 4 pounds or about 1.5 kilograms of beef, goat, or chicken with the bones. I'm using beef. Originally it actually says veal, but I'm just using beef for this. Also, kid, in the recipe it says kid, that is goat. I'm always having people saying it's children. No, it's not. It's goats. A small handful of parsley, a few leaves of sage,
that guy's
a
in the
few
Epstein
sprigs
files.
of fresh hyssop, a half teaspoon of mace, an 1/8 teaspoon of cloves, 4 egg yolks, a half teaspoon of ginger, a half cup or 120 milliliters of verjuice. So what exactly is verjuice or verjuice? It was a medieval way of making juice from unripened grapes. And so it's not fermented or anything, but it does have this like vinegary kind of acidicness to it, but it's also sweet. So if you don't have it, maybe like half grape juice and half red wine vinegar might mimic the flavor. Then a pinch of saffron threads ground up and a teaspoon of salt. So first put your meat into a large pot and cover it with water or broth or a combination of the two, and then bring this to a boil and reduce to a simmer. And make sure to skim off any scum or foam that forms on top. Simmer this for about an hour or until the meat easily comes away from the bone. And then take it off the heat, take the meat out, and go ahead and smite your meat. Also, the knife that I'm using is this honkin knife. It's a knife, which I'm now calling my smiting knife. This was made for me, handmade by one of my Patreon patrons, and it mimics an older design from like the early Renaissance, I believe. I just think it's so cool. So I'll put a link to, because he makes like hand-done knives. I'll put a link to his stuff. Anyway, this is now my smiting knife. So once your meat is smitten or smited, you'll want to strain the broth as much as you can until it's nice and clean. Then return the meat to the pot and add the broth back in. Add in the parsley, sage, and hyssop, all chopped very fine, as well as the mace and the cloves. Then stir everything together and bring it to a simmer. Then set the lid on the pot and let it simmer for an hour or an hour and a half or 2 hours, really until the meat is as tender as you want it to get. Also keep an eye on it because you might need to add some water in case it all steams away, but that's why you want to leave the lid on as you do it. Anyway, while it cooks, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what else you might find in a medieval tavern. Befell that in that season on a day in Souther, at the tabard as I lay, ready to wend in on my pilgrimage to Canterbury with full devout courage. That was from the prologue of the Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer, and being written between 1387 and 1400, it contains one of the first references to a named inn, an actual historic inn. It was called the Tabard, and this is where, in the Canterbury Tales, all of the characters gather just before heading south to Canterbury on their pilgrimage, which is kind of the whole point of the work. Chaucer talks about the owner of this inn and says that he was a very good host. And to the supper he set us straight away. He served us with victuals of the best kind. Strong was the wine, and well pleased we were to drink. Now when I picture this in my mind's eye, I'm definitely influenced by things like Lord of the Rings and Dungeons and Dragons and all of these kind of medieval fantasy worlds, but they aren't exactly like that. First of all, there are a lot fewer like orcs and elves, but also the inns and taverns and alehouses of medieval England, at least, were not all the same. They were quite different, at least at different parts in their history. And of course, throughout time, their definitions overlapped, and there was a lot of variety within each classification. But in general, you had the inns at the top of the echelon. They tended to be the nicest, and then there were the taverns and then the alehouses at the bottom. The inns, how they started out at least, they were a place for people to stay the night. Usually they were kind of near the gatehouse of a city or a town, or else in between cities or towns, like a day's walk away, maybe 20 miles away. So it was a place that you could stop the night and stay. And just like a bed and breakfast, they would often give you some food and drink. But only, just like a bed and breakfast, to the people who were actually staying there. You couldn't roll up, you know, you weren't staying there, you roll up and you're like, I want some grub. That isn't how it happened. Though at times in history, inns found themselves making good money from the food and drink, and so they kind of said, all right, maybe we will just serve to anyone who comes up, and so it was like having a restaurant in a hotel, which is still a thing today. A tavern, on the other hand, was kind of the opposite. It was a place for people to come eat and drink, mainly drink, but it was not typically a place to stay. Originally, taverns were places that served wine. They were run by vintners who made or imported wine. And remember, this is a time when wine was actually still being made in England. I think they do it again now, but they had quite a bit of wine being made in England, but it was mostly made by the church, and they kept it all for themselves for, I'm assuming, communion. So anyone else was having to get imported wine, which was a lot more expensive. The most common wine in England at the time was a red wine from Gascony that cost about 3 pennies a gallon, twice as much as the very best ale. Then there was Rhenish wine from the Rhine region, which cost 6 to 8 pennies a gallon. Now, if you're paying this much for your wine, you want to make sure that you're getting actually what you paid for. So if there's any question, you can ask the taverner to let you down into the cellar to see the actual barrel that your wine is coming from. If a taverner was found to be selling adulterated or counterfeit wine, they would often be punished by being put in the pillory or the stocks and having that offending wine poured over their head, public humiliation. But they would also usually get kicked out of the guild, which basically meant that they lost their business. There were actually people whose job it was to go around and inspect the wine, and it was more popular in France than in England, but these people were usually the town crier, and they would do this kind of as part of their job and be called the wine crier. In the 11th century, there was a French writer who said, "Wine criers cry with open mouth the wine which is for sale in the taverns at 4 farthings." Now, some of these taverns were selling the best wine, and some were selling the worst wine, and everything in between. There was a lot of variety. In London alone, in 1309, there were 354 different taverns. So lots of variety, and with a population of only 80,000 people, that's like one tavern for every 225 people. So business was booming. It's probably why they started eventually selling other drinks commonly, like cider from apples and perry from pears, especially in the West Country, and then mead, which is made from honey. Often that was more expensive and kind of kept for special occasions, but I'm sure you could find different versions all over. Also, I found a mead that I really like. It's called Odin's Skull. It's not so sweet and kind of has a little spice to it. I'll put a link in the description. It's really, really good. If you like mead. I should do another mead video, because there are a lot of old mead recipes I need to cover. More mead, maybe come out.
You make mead?
Anyway, these taverns, along with all these different drinks that they were now selling, would often start to sell food, and some would even have a room or two to let up, like on the 2nd or 3rd floor of the building. So you can see that the lines between the definitions are already getting blurred. Also, these rooms, you didn't get like a room to yourself. They usually would house like 10 or 12 different people who didn't know each other. It was like mash as many people into these rooms as possible. If there was a bed, again, lots of people sleeping in the same bed, so it ain't the Holiday Inn. Now, the least extravagant of the 3 places to get drinks, and there were more places you could get drinks that we're covering, were the alehouses. And when they started out, they were just that. It was a private house where the wife in the house was selling ale, because she would make a big batch of ale, but ale back then, especially before hops, would only last a day, 2, maybe 3, and so anything that the family couldn't drink themselves, she would sell to everyone else. And so she would stick a stick or a broom outside of the door, and that was the signal letting everyone know that there was ale for sale. Eventually, these places too would serve some food, though typically it wasn't the highest quality or as varied a menu. You'd probably get some bread and cheese, maybe a meat pie, who knows. Now, just because these alehouses were less official than taverns and inns, that doesn't mean that it was just a free-for-all. They were still controlled. They had to sell quality ale. In fact, in some ways, it was even more controlled because ale was such a staple of the people's diet. It was a major form of calories for many people. In 1266, the excise of bread and ale went into effect, and this tied the price of ale and of bread to the price of wheat. And just like there were the wine criers, there were ale conners who would go around to test the ale and make sure everything was on the up and up. They were sworn to examine and assay the beer and ale, and to take care that they were good and wholesome, and sold at proper prices according to the assize, and also to present all defaults of brewers to the next court leet. A male baker or brewer who failed to adhere to these new laws ought to undergo the judgment of the pillory without any redemption of money. Likewise, the woman brewer shall be punished by the trumbrel, trebuchet, or castigatory if she offends divers times and will not amend. That is to say, if an alewife flouts the law over and over and doesn't change her ways, then she's going to be punished. And the punishments are all forms of a public humiliation. Though I had to kind of look into trebuchet because I think of a trebuchet and I'm like, were they flinging these poor women into like the walls of castles? So it turns out there are smaller versions of trebuchets that were used just for dunking people into the river, and that's what it was. They weren't trebucheting women across the field. Anyway, if you are visiting an alehouse or a tavern or an inn, you'll want to take it easy. Don't go overboard on either the food or the drink, or else you might end up like poor Osbert of Elstow. The Bedfordshire Coroner's Roll of 1276 tells us what happened to poor Osbert after he left a tavern. About midnight on 17th May, Osbert Lewile, son of William Christmas of Elstow, who was drunk and disgustingly overfed, came from Bedford toward his house. When he arrived at his house, he had the falling sickness, fell upon a stone on the right side of his head, breaking the whole of his head, and died by misadventure. And while died by misadventure may sound cool, I assure you it is not. And it seems that leaving these taverns drunkenly was an ongoing problem and often ended in your demise. In another coroner's roll from 1272, it says that Ralph, son of Ralph, left a tavern and was accosted by 4 men: Robert Bernard of Wooton, Robert of Shefford, Richard Norman, and Roger Brienne. I love that every person in this story has a first name that starts with the letter R. Even the tavern that Ralph was drinking at was owned by Robert Mallon. Anyway, these 4 men, Robert, Richard, and Roger, ask Ralph if he is drunk, and he is. And so he drunkenly says, "Who are you?" And in response, because he was drunk, Robert sprang forward and struck Ralph across the crown of his head with a spart axe, so that blood and brains immediately flowed out. He immediately lost his speech and died thereof about midday on the morrow. The thing is, these ruffians who accosted Ralph are the exact type of people who would often be in the taverns themselves. I mean, there were those upscale establishments, of course, but most, it seems, at least that got written about, were dens of scum and villainy that were filled with gambling, drinking, and prostitution.
Star Wars
but
reference.
even with such a terrible reputation, it seems that pretty much everybody found themselves in a tavern at one point or another, even the clergy. But that was quite frowned upon, as can be seen in this letter from around the year 1200. An archdeacon to a rural dean, greetings. We have been given to understand that chaplains in your deanery live in less than upright fashion, for they go to taverns, as we have heard, where they have inappropriate and illicit association with lay people, with the result that those who say priests are no different from lay people are justified. In order that in the future it cannot be said that, as a result of your laziness, such chaplains have been found in your deanery, bestir yourself to correct these matters. Another letter I found shows that whether you're a layperson or a clergyman, going and gambling at these taverns often led to ruin. In this letter, a man has lent the friend of a friend some money, and now he is asking the friend to pay him that money back. And the friend is like, No. I do not wish to lend him anything of mine, for he is an inveterate dice player, and he loses everything that he gambles. Those who were with him in the tavern when he lost X and his pledges, they gained everything, right down to his drawers. So take care that you refrain from handing over any more of your own money, which you borrowed from me, and so lose on him what you ought to repay me. So should you find yourself in medieval England, maybe stay away from any taverns or inns that seem a little dodgy. I'm hoping that I have found an upstanding inn in the Porch House in Stow-on-the-Wold, which I just booked several nights at when I'm going to England in June. Very, very excited. Now, they actually claim to be the oldest inn in England, dating from the year 947. Though there are numerous places that make very similar claims, so it's hard to tell exactly what they mean. There's a wonderful video by one of my favorite creators, Jay Draper. I'll put her stuff in the description. She's great. And she talks about how a lot of places are England's oldest pub or England's oldest inn. And it often has to do with
the oldest inn.
Like, there is one stone that was here in 1450 and the rest of the place is new. It's like, you know, the pub of Theseus. But sometimes also it's like, yes, in 900 there was definitely an inn here, and there's an inn here now, but, you know, here it was like a dentist's office, and here was a bank, and, you know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm still really, really excited to go. And perhaps, if I can convince them to really lean into their medieval pedigree and make some bocanade, like the one that I'm about to eat. So as soon as the meat is nice and tender, take it off the heat, and then it is time to add the egg yolks. Now, if you just add the egg yolks right now, they're gonna scramble and it's gonna be unpleasant. So what you need to do is let the broth cool down just a little bit, and then take a little of that broth and slowly add it into the egg yolks as you're whisking, and they will start to warm up. Keep doing this until you've added about a half cup of the broth, and then whisk in the ginger and the saffron and the salt, and then you can add that to the stew. Finally, add in the verjus, and it is ready to go. And here we are, a bocanada fit for a medieval tavern. So you want to add those egg yolks in like last thing before you serve it, because if you ever have to reheat it, they do tend to scramble a little bit. So they go from thickening it to scrambled. The taste is going to be the same, but the look is a little different, and I did just have to reheat mine, unfortunately. Doesn't matter. Here we go. The thing is, smells wonderful. The saffron is what hits me. I was worried it was going to be the clove, because that's what was hitting me at the beginning, but now it's the saffron. Here we go. That's really good. That is so interesting, because you get those medieval flavors that you would never find in a modern beef stew.
Never.
Like the saffron, like the cloves, like the mace, like verjus, which adds this kind of biting acidity without being super acidic, because a lot of medieval dishes will actually just add vinegar, and that is the flavor that you get. This is different. There's more of a sweetness to it. Really, really nice, and the meat just falls apart. Anyway, if you do want to make this, or if I can get that in England to make it, then I will point you toward the Tasting History website, tastinghistory.com, which I made with help from Squarespace, who is today's sponsor. Squarespace makes building a website so easy with their dynamic tools like their drag and drop.
Okay, enough of that. Let's see. What else do we want to watch? This looks interesting.
Look.
The evil genius of fascist design.
At this face. This was the facade of the Palazzo Braschi, the headquarters of the Italian Fascist Party in Rome. It was a billboard erected in support of Benito Mussolini ahead of Italy's last elections in 1934. But these elections were not normal. In fact, only fascists were allowed on the ballot. It was a sham. That's because Italy, at the time, was under fascist rule, and Mussolini was the dictator in charge. The design transformed the building into a kind of temple to obedience, a visual mantra repeating itself over and over. Yes, yes, yes. This facade is an example of fascism's curious relationship with aesthetics. In the 1930s, as Europe reeled from one world war and inched closer to another, fascist regimes weren't just building armies, they were building myths, carved into marble, projected onto cinema screens, and paraded through city streets. To fascist leaders, aesthetics weren't just important, they were everything. But why did they care so much about how things looked? Well, behind this attitude hid a dark and twisted genius. As you may know, videos like this are kind of risky on YouTube due to the likelihood of them being demonetized. However, Odoo, this video's sponsor, have been super chill. They've made an informative video like this possible. Odoo are an all-in-one management software that makes managing your business a lot easier. If you have one, you're probably aware of how much software you need just to set it up, let alone run your day-to-day business. You need a website builder, you need web hosting, you need an e-commerce platform, you need CRM, you need to manage your accounting, all on different softwares. It's all just a bit of a mess and annoying. Odoo simplifies this by creating one single, easy to manage ecosystem in which you can access all of the apps you need in one place. And what's better is that all of the apps communicate with each other to make it easier for you to track things. Odoo grows with you, so you can just start with one app and gradually add them as your business evolves. The best part is that you can actually get rid of all of the expensive subscriptions that you have for each individual service and replace it with just one at the fraction of the cost. Odoo saves you money and makes managing your business simpler and easier. Swap to Odoo today for just $19.90 a month and access the entire suite of applications. Click on my link in the description or pinned comment below to check it out. I really do think it's a bit of a no-brainer. But that's it. Let's get back to the video. Early in his political career, Mussolini declared that fascism was not just an ideology, it was a religion. Like any religion, it needed a visual language, and before long, it had one. In the early 20th century, two artistic movements helped shape fascism's visual language: Romanticism and Futurism. At first glance, these seem like strange bedfellows. The Romantic movement contained a longing for the past, an obsession with nature, and a focus on the sublime. Futurism, by contrast, called for the total annihilation of the past. It worshipped speed, machines, and violence. But together, these two influences gave fascism a peculiar ability to look both backward and forward, to summon the glory of past empires while promising a radical new future. Italian futurists like Filippo Tommaso Marinetti were some of the earliest supporters of Mussolini. They believed that Italy needed to shake off its sleepy traditions and embrace war and technology to bring about a new order. Their manifestos were full of aggressive language, and their art rejected softness and nuance in favour of bold lines, angular forms, and kinetic energy. Mussolini's face on the Palazzo Braschi embodies that aesthetic. The solid stone and harsh lines are unambiguous. Fascism's furrowed brows bury into you a deep, piercing gaze, and it says, "I am watching. Obey." For a time, futurism seemed like a promising accompaniment to fascism. It made sense to Mussolini that revolutionary art should support what he saw as a revolutionary movement. But there was one big problem. Futurism failed to support one of fascism's most fundamental aims. Fascist leaders didn't just want to look forward, they also wanted to look back, all the way to ancient times. In 1922, Mussolini declared that Rome is fascism's, quote, point of departure and reference. It is our symbol, or if you wish, our myth. We dream of a Roman Italy that is wise and strong, disciplined and imperial. German dictator Adolf Hitler echoed this sentiment, though some of his Nazi peers wanted to glorify the old Germanic tribes. Hitler idolized ancient Rome and Greece. Hitler's chief architect, Albert Speer, recorded him once saying, quote, "Why do we call the whole world's attention to the fact that we have no past? It's bad enough that Romans were erecting great buildings when our forefathers still lived in mud huts. All we prove by that is that we were still throwing stone hatchets and crouching around open fires when Greece and Rome had already reached the highest stage of culture."
Did she crash it?
While Mussolini's reference to Rome was nationalistic, Hitler's was aspirational. But in both cases, it helped build a myth critical to fascist ideology, that the nation had fallen and required a rebirth. To this end, much of fascist architecture incorporated neoclassical styles. Both Hitler and Mussolini undertook huge architectural projects to bring the aesthetics of ancient Rome to their city streets. In Italy, Mussolini commissioned an enormous sports complex, which included the Stadio de Marmi, in English, the Stadium of Marble. As articulated by its chief designer, the project was meant to be, quote, a complex of severe monumentality that could be traced back to the greatest monuments of ancient Rome. Not only was the stadium huge, it was lined with 4-meter-high statues of nude athletes in classical poses.
I hate to break it to you,
These figures
Steve. The game's
encircled
already been
the entire
excellent.
stadium, forcing all who trained inside to come face to face with the racial and physical ideals lauded by fascist leaders. They placed particular emphasis on physical primacy because they wanted every citizen to be able to serve the state to the greatest of their abilities. If they were physically weak, or God forbid impaired, then they were dead weight at best and liabilities at worst. Thus, these statues typified the strong, ab-chiseled masculine bodies that fascism idealized. Hundreds of miles away, similar forms flanked the new Reichschancellery in Berlin. Produced by Hitler's official state sculptor Arno Breker, the statues known as the Army and the Party observed all who graced the building. Like in Rome, these statues weren't just decoration. They were ideological tools, broadcasting a clear message about the kind of body and the kind of citizen fascism sought to produce. But when it came to world building, it wasn't enough to just have some statues here and there. Mussolini and Hitler wanted to fully revamp the way people moved through the world. In Germany, Hitler spent years drafting plans for Germania, a total redesign of Berlin meant to recall Imperial Rome. In Italy, Mussolini actually carried out the construction of the UER district. Among its many buildings inspired by Roman design was the Palazzo della Civiltà Italiana, also known as the Square Colosseum. The project merged modernist design with ancient influence, making tangible the tension between fascism's exaltation of the past and its idealization of a fresh future. Compared to the Colosseum of ancient Rome, the Square Colosseum is stark, geometric, and imposing. Everything is harsher, sharper, more intimidating. Ornament has been stripped away, replaced by blank marble and empty space. While the original Colosseum is horizontally dominant, the Square Colosseum towers above passers-by. Of course, neoclassicism wasn't unique to fascist design. Lots of people and places have tried to harken back to ancient Rome, but the manner in which fascists imitated it seems to say a lot about what they were trying to be. Compare the US Capitol building to Hitler's proposed Volkshalle, the centerpiece of his redevelopment plans for Berlin. Both drew inspiration from Rome's Pantheon. Their architects reached for familiar Roman forms.
Looks like there was another strike on
arches. But despite using similar architectural vocabularies,
Venezuelan
they have
gang
completely
vessel.
different tones. In part, this is due to scale. Hitler had big ideas for Germania. Literally, every part of the new capital was meant to be big. The train station was to be the largest in the world.
Venezuela
the cinema was
accusing
designed
us
to seat 6,000
of
people.
waging undeclared
and the
war.
Volkshalle
That was earlier
Plaza
today.
was supposed to hold 1 million.
But yeah,
And
less
the
than an
Volkshalle
hour
itself,
ago, looks like
it
we
was
hit
supposed to
another
be the largest
vessel.
structure in the whole world. Only with its construction did Hitler believe that Nazi Germany would finally, quote, put Rome, its only competitor, in the shade. If one could stand under a structure like this, perhaps they would get a sense of the size, scale, and power that these leaders wanted to project. Not just as leaders of a nation, but as figures that hoped to transcend time. These buildings, like many in Nazi Germany and Mussolini's Italy, were designed to be lasting symbols. Hitler explicitly intended for the architecture of Germania to last 1,000 years. Because fascism wasn't just about the domination of the present. It was about creating a legacy, a grand historical narrative where the state never fails, even when the leaders themselves are long gone. On this front, Germania was an utter failure. Despite years of planning and building intricate models, little construction work ever got underway. All that survived World War II were some street lamps and a single chair. But fascism's focus on gigantic structures was not accidental. It was part of a calculated effort to control the people who inhabited them, worked in them, and visited them. Monumental architecture overwhelmed not to elevate the soul, but to crush the individual into the crowd and promote conformity. Mussolini's planned 86-meter statue of himself on one of the highest hills in Rome, on the Monte Mario, which would survey the people and dominate the landscape, is an excellent example of this strategy. The Colossus of Mussolini, as it would come to be called, would tower over even the Vatican's St. Peter's Basilica, communicating fascism's superiority over the world's largest religion. If even your faith and spirituality, your most precious refuge in the arms of God, were subordinated to fascism, what hope did you have in fighting it? But the effort to control people with architecture was perhaps nowhere clearer than the Zeppelin field in Nuremberg, Germany. As usual, Hitler had big ambitions with this site. As his press spokesman put it in 1935, the venue, quote, with its unique concepts of architecture and use of space, will be the highest symbol of National Socialist life and National Socialist cultura. In it, the unique style of National Socialism will find its strongest expression. The parade ground was huge. The vast, open area allowed up to 250,000 people to march within it. At the front stood a main grandstand. The stone structure was 396 meters long and 24 meters high. And at its center was a podium for the Führer. If one stood in a rally here, they wouldn't just see Hitler up above on his podium, they would see rows and rows of identical uniformed soldiers. They wouldn't just feel dwarfed by their leader, they would feel surrounded by the state. But it wasn't enough for Hitler that individuals feel small and suffocated. They also needed to feel connected to something bigger. So in 1936, Albert Speer revamped the Zeppelin field. He had searchlights placed all around the perimeter of the venue. Aimed vertically, they formed striking walls of light. At night, this display transformed rallies into theatrical acts of state worship. With the lights, the music, the swastika emblazoned flags, the field practically became a stage. In this context, Hitler may have been the star, but everyone in the field played a part in the production. As the American scholar James Mayo noted, in rallies, the mass of participants may also be seen as part of the stage. With an interflow of emotional impact between actors and audience, the stage may be the focal point, but it is expanded to include all participants. Everyone is on stage and becomes both actor and part of the scene. Though the audience at the Zeppelin field had no control over the spectacle itself, they were not passive observers. Their presence was vital to the performance. They were quite literally part of the stage. In their orchestrated uniformity, they became an architectural element in a grand theatrical space. Their bodies filled the void around the leader, giving his image scale and significance. Their presence did more than just legitimize his power. By participating, even silently, they reflected and reinforced to one another a shared understanding of who held power and who did not. The twisted genius of fascist aesthetics is that it subliminally encouraged conformity, subservience, and above all, belief by making the individual feel small and powerless. This was the ultimate function of Hitler's rallies. As French philosopher Jacques Ellul once wrote, integration is what makes the effect of propaganda endure. For action makes its effects irreversible. He who acts in obedience to propaganda can never go back. He is now obliged to believe in it because of his past actions.
Yeah.
The fact that the Zeppelin field came to be known as the Cathedral of Light only deepened the impression that the events held there were no mere political rallies, but sacred rites, reinforcing Mussolini's earlier claim that fascism was not just an ideology, but a religion. The effort poured into fascist aesthetics underscores how seriously its leaders took the power of appearances, especially in the case of Mussolini. On a personal level, the Italian dictator didn't care much for art. Hitler himself remarked how visibly bored Mussolini would look inside of art galleries. But Mussolini knew a good power play when he saw one. And in Italy, art was power. This was a country that prided itself on its artistic prowess, whose cultural legacy was internationally renowned. So even if Mussolini wasn't moved by brushstrokes or marble, he understood the political math. Championing the arts meant tying his regime to the myth of Italian greatness. So Mussolini set out to enslave the arts to an exacting fascist bureaucracy. By 1927, Italy had its own cultural oversight organization stacked with state-approved artists. Together with regional committees, it made sure art inside state institutions was always on message. By 1940, there was also a department of contemporary art, tasked with emphasizing national heritage within artworks and explaining their, quote, useful and educative content to the public. Because that was what mattered to Mussolini. He wasn't interested in art for art's sake, only its ability to unify, pacify, and glorify. Art was only welcome as long as it promised to play nice. For Hitler, art was far more precious. Sure, it was political, but it was also very personal. Before Hitler was Führer, he was, of course, an aspiring artist with firm ideas about what he liked and what he did not. So when he took power in 1933, it wasn't just ideology that shaped Nazi aesthetics. It was taste. His taste. Instead of subjecting art professors in Vienna to his artistic mediocrity, he would instead force it on an entire country. To Hitler, art was meant to soothe the soul, not challenge it. There should be no pain, no mess, no modernism. He despised the chaos of futurism, the abstraction of cubism, and the emotional swirl of expressionism. He wanted neoclassicism, straightforward realism, and nothing else. In 1937, his definition of degenerate art was formalized with a decree banning any work that, quote, insulted German feeling or destroyed or confused natural forms, or simply revealed an absence of adequate manual and artistic skill. Artists who didn't toe the line were barred from teaching, exhibiting, even painting. Art that had already been created was seized. In total, 17,000 so-called degenerate works from 1,400 artists were taken and either sold abroad, traded for old masters, or burned. Unsurprisingly, Hitler wanted any hint of individualism, abstraction, or subversion to be extinguished, aware perhaps that enemy ideologies could hide even in the most familiar forms. A Roman column isn't always just a column. Change how it's scaled, spaced, or lit, and suddenly it can suggest democracy or dictatorship. It can make you feel welcomed and contemplative, or it can make you feel small and speechless. And by the time you notice, the architecture has already done its job. So, to return to the question, why did fascist regimes care so much about how things looked?
No,
well, because aesthetics are a form of control.
Right, okay.
They shape how people see the world, how they see each other, and how they see themselves. A field isn't just a field, it's a stage. A government building isn't just a workplace, it's a monument to power. A face on a billboard isn't just a portrait, it's a god. Fascist aesthetics created a visual reality in which the state was ever present, always powerful, always sacred.
Right?
Art and architecture weren't just decoration, they were immersive tools of myth-making. And myths were fundamental to fascism, because they gave people the feeling of revolution or of glory without the burden of actual change. Fascist leaders didn't have to deliver a new, better world, they just had to sell the fantasy. This is why philosopher Walter Benjamin famously wrote, quote, "The logical result of fascism is the introduction of aesthetics into political life." Mussolini and Hitler gave the masses only performance and spectacle, not real power or prosperity. Their rituals gave them the illusion of participation while denying them real political agency. Fascist design did much the same. Like Hitler wanted it to, it created a world that soothed you. Art and architecture flattered your image of the state and gave rise to pride. If you were of a patriotic persuasion. If you were not, fascist design intimidated, threatened, and constantly reminded you of just how very small and powerless you really were.
Jeez. One more with no mistakes. Fuck. Yeah, don't spoil it. Let me fucking fail this first, at least. Oh, this is a tough one, dude. Yeah, I'm pretty fucked. Like, I'd have to get lucky guessing. I have no fucking clue. I'm just gonna guess. I don't know, something to do with like hiking or marathon or something. I don't fucking know. Yeah, there it is. What is it? Exhibit nervousness? Oh, to pace. Oh no. Oh. Yeah. Things that can run annoyingly. What? Paper clip, paper tiger, paper towel, paper trail. That was a tough one, dude. That's a tough one. Shit. What was the one I almost had? Dye, mascara, stockings. Oh. Jesus. Fuck it. Alright, let's do better on time guesser. I can write this off as having COVID brain, right? Alright, where are we? This is like... This looks like... What? Poland? Sarajevo? 1995. Is this Romania? Wait. No. Is it? Let's see if this church is here. Writing looks like it might be Romanian, right? Let's look at this. Does this look like the same kind of writing? Nah, dog. Oh, maybe it does. Maybe it does. Do the C's have the little dudes on them? The Z's do? The C's do. I think it is. Sorry. Well, let's see if this cathedral or this church, can we find it? Bro, if I can find this, like, church, man, I wonder will I get. Trying to get that 10,000, baby. This will, I think, be like the 6th time. If I get it. The angles from which these are taken should let me see it if it is indeed here, because these buildings you can see most of them. Alright, well, I'm off base right now. What are we looking at? Okay, let's recenter here. Okay. Nah, this has only got one little tower on it. But I feel like we're getting warmer. Let's see. Damn, you got a lot of tall buildings for what looks like kind of a smaller city. Maybe it's just very densely populated. Oh man, no, this is not a small city. There's a lot of places to look. Help me out here, guys. Show me things. Let's see. Do it. Do it, bro. It's such a good game. So much fun. I always get worried sometimes, though. I'll be like, what if this building doesn't exist anymore? But hopefully that's not the case, because it's 95. But you never know in these, like, war-torn areas whether something got blown the fuck up or not at some point. Whoa. Yeah, see what I mean? buildings that are attached to each other. They're not tall. And they're surrounding this church, or whatever the fuck it is. These are all too tall. But again, who knows? These have been like knocked down and rebuilt or something by now. Oh, look at this big chunky fella. Oh. City's got a big old heart on. Oh, what about this area? Okay, now I feel like this is potentially getting a little warmer. That's not it, right? Fucking no. It's not it though, I don't think. But we'll put it there for now, just in case, but I don't think that's it. But this feels like we're getting closer now. This feels like the type of look or area that we're looking for. Yeah, this looks like an older area of town. Most of the buildings are shorter here.
Hey, hey.
Yo.
How's it going, man?
Good. Oh, hey, there you are. How's the rodeo?
Pretty fun. Pretty good stuff.
Nice. I'm doing my time guesser here. Up. Guys, did I find it?
Oh, right on.
Did I find it? I think I found it. Is this it? This feels closer. This feels closer. I feel like that's either it or it is very close by. I'm trying to get that 10,000 out of 10,000 on this one. Did you see any cowboys do anything cool?
Oh, yeah. Solid. Like when we were looking at the steer wrestling or whatever, the very first guy. Well, I didn't realize that was what was up next because they're like different little entrances of the arena or whatever.
Uh-huh.
First guy went, he got it done in like 3 seconds. You know where they jump off the horse onto the little tiny bull, like the younger male bull, and like they wrestle him down, you know?
I have never been to a rodeo, so I will just nod and say sure.
Oh. Yeah, he did it in 3 seconds, and like nobody else came close after that,
Cool.
but it was pretty cool. But
cool.
Heck yeah, man.
Sounds fun. All right, we're locking it in. We're locking it in. This is our guess. Here we go. Watch it be another city. Here we go. Let's fucking go. Ho, 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 ho.
Heck yeah. What a great freaking guess, man.
Woo! That is my 6th time getting a perfect score. All right. Good start. Let's not fuck it up. Oh, God. Of course it gives me a black and white one. All right. What are we looking at? Fuck.
That's CA?
Huh?
Isn't the license plate CA, or am I crazy?
I mean, it says CA, but it's not fucking Canada.
That's not an American. Well, it's not
No.
an American plate either. Jeez.
This is making me think it's like in the same area. Because of the way this is special. Sukrarna. I don't know what that is. Well, we know it's like Eastern Europe. What are these flags here? Poland? Is Polish? I'm not seeing like a bunch of C's and Z's next to each other. What is this guy? What is this big guy here?
On Monday, we'll have to chit-chat about everything since I am pretty well caught up now on a bunch of crap.
Nice.
Also, I'm so doomer pill. Holy shit, buddy. To the fact that like House Dems, Senate Dems are, have
Oh yeah,
United
you hit me
messaging
with
right
that
now.
thing before, and I was like, bruh.
Sorry to be so doomer pill, but
Yeah, I was like, relax, my guy.
How is the Hill the only major publication like reporting on this? We don't have a CNN, we don't have MSNBC, CBS, ABC.
You mean about the potential shutdown?
Yeah, none of them are like
I've
doing
seen
the
it
thing where
around.
they're like, but they're not like really like unified on the messaging, like on the Dem side. They're being apolitical about it. It's fucking weird.
Yeah. Oh, you're right.
Like, hey, I want my fake news media to come through for me right now.
Please, let's go.
God damn. Get behind the Democrats, push the message, like, I don't know. I think they're trying really hard after all the crazy shit Trump's done to seem as unbiased, apolitical, non-TDS as possible, and it's
stupid.
Fucking them.
Who cares? It's not helping. It's not helping us right now. All right, who's got a little squiggle over the R's? Yeah.
I also watched a video on. It's pretty interesting on how much Trump has used the office of the presidency to personally enrich himself.
Okay, it's a lot. I know that.
It's like $3 billion.
We didn't cover the Estonia thing. Not really, no. We didn't go too hard today because I've obviously been like under the weather. But no, we didn't go over it, honestly.
Estonia thing, yeah.
Yeah. Dude, they are testing NATO. So far, though, NATO's been responding like, you better fuck the fuck off, which is good.
You talking about, is this like a Russia thing?
Yeah, they had drones go over Poland. The drones got shut down.
Oh, NATO
shot
airspace,
down.
yeah.
Yeah, and then the Russian jets buzzed Estonian airspace.
Wild work.
Yeah, bro. Like, Trump needs to fucking realize that no, it wasn't Biden who was the one who was stopping them. Okay, no, it wasn't. It wasn't Biden was the one who was encouraging them. Ding dong, you're the one who looks weak.
Oh, as in like why Russia invaded under Biden or whatever the fringe line he uses, like
right.
It never would have happened under me. Well, it's like,
listen, if I was president, it wouldn't have happened. And then I love how Putin said the same thing just to inflate his ego, and now he's like testing NATO.
Yeah, and now he's like pushing buttons, like
Yep.
yeah, it's so ridiculous for anyone who really thinks that like Putin or any of like the world actually sees Trump as like a threatening like scaleway president. The only people that find Trump to be nerve wracking are countries to which are easy for us to be able to punch down on.
Bro, I find this the most interesting thing. Like, people will say this to me, right? They'll be like, no, the rest of the world isn't laughing. They respect him. And I'm like, they never expect me to be like, my guy, I know people all over the fucking world. They do not respect us. They are laughing at us.
Trump is a laughing stock.
I have friends, like, in a bunch of different countries because I grew up all over the place. They're not looking at us like, oh, we're scared of Trump. They're looking at us like a shadow of our former selves.
100%, which is why a lot of people feel so emboldened to, like, even the fucking anytime you see Trump talk to any other world leader, get interviewed by other countries' press, they ask like the most like the questions they ask him are like they're talking to a retarded 10-year-old. The way in which they ask him things.
Daniel's going hard in chat. Give me a second. I have a solution. Shoot the bastards down. No more pussyfooting around with strongly worded protests. Do what Turkey did several years ago when Russians kept violating their space. And ignoring warnings, they blew the motherfuckers out of the sky and Russia back down. Russia only respects and understands force. That's what they did in Poland with the drones. But killing a Russian soldier or pilot is a different thing. And Turkey is a little more unhinged than NATO should be. And I think Putin is asking for an escalation. I think what they're doing right now is appropriate. They're not shooting them down right away, but they're saying, hey, you better cut it the fuck out, and they're intercepting them. But with the drones, they shot them down. The drones over Poland.
Anyways, it was nice. I just wanted to hop in real quick before I headed to bed, but I'll be on Monday, have a good long stream, and we'll chit-chat.
Sweet. Maybe we can dive into politics room debate if you want.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
I also watched all of Kash Patel's Senate hearing.
Oh?
Congressional hearing, so.
How was that?
I think if I would have bashed my skull into a brick wall. Dude, I think bashing my head against a brick wall I would have sustained less brain damage.
Yeah?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I think I saw like the Dick Durbin part is what I saw. Or, oh, no, not the Dick Durbin part. The, what's his name? That young congressman. That young Dem congressman. Who is... And, like, he just wouldn't answer the question.
That was pretty much the majority of Democrat Senate members.
I mean, he's a fucking twat, that guy. He's a piece of shit.
It'd be like
Maxwell Frost, no.
I think one of the funniest things I kind of remember recounting was, this is like you're getting a job performance and there's like two owners of a company and you're like, a manager that they hired. And one of your owners of the company is doing this performance review of you. And every question he's asking about is like, or everything he's saying to you is like, man, I know you've been having a really stressful time. You've been working really hard. You've been getting a lot of stuff done. And I've seen a lot of improvements at the numbers that you've sent in. And then the other boss is like, I'm getting a lot of allegations of like sexual misconduct between you and your employees. I'm also getting some racial discrimination and like EO complaints as well. I see here that like in your reports, none of this stuff is substantiated with any facts. This is just you. Like that's like the difference like between Democrats and Republicans on how they question. It's like ridiculous. Like the amount of like just dick sucking was just disgusting to witness. But
yeah, I mean that's how it always goes. That's how it always goes. They're deeply unserious. It
is deeply unserious. Yeah.
And like, their voter base just really doesn't care. They think it's so based. because they've been led to believe that's what Democrats have been doing the whole time, and it's just there's an entirely different reality that's been constructed. And what do you? I mean, like, what can you do?
Yeah, because anything that the Republicans do that is bad, they already believe that Democrats have already done it
Right.
in the same way or whatever. Yeah. Wild.
It's beyond belief at this point. Beyond belief. Okay. What Eastern European language
All right,
has
buddy.
a
You have a good night, though.
squiggle?
Have
You too,
fun.
buddy.
Good luck.
You too. Has this little squiggly over the fucking R. What language is that? I don't know. What fucking language? What is this? Get Romania vibes, but like also not. It's not Polish. I'm just gonna have to guess for this one because I don't fucking know. Ugh, I knew it was too good to be true when we got a perfect score on the first one. We're gonna get fucked. Slovak? Is it? Because I was looking before. Or Czech. I think it looks more like Czech. But I don't know. Fuck it. We're guessing. We're guessing. Okay? We're guessing. Wait. What is this? Because, like, maybe we could see this. Right? We're gonna like picking. It's gonna be like, actually, it's New Zealand. What the fuck? How? All right. Well, here we go. We're gonna drop some points probably, but hopefully it's more on the year than anything else. I don't know. I don't trust it. But that's okay. We'll pick somewhere sort of central. Like around here, maybe. And then the year looks like 60s. Yeah. $60. Hey! Good call, buddy. Nice. Haha, that's funny. What did he think? Edmonton. Nice. Wait, where's Edmonton? That's Canada, right? Or is that... Oh, no. Wait a minute. They're wearing kilts. Wait, Edmonton is Canada, right? Right? I know. I know what it is. There it is. And then it looks like a big... This it? Could be this. But I don't think so. Let's keep looking. Yeah, she's been here, Daniel. Jeez. No. Huh. I found that. What is this? Is this like... Did it like used to be here or something? What is this? Edmonton Expo Center. This feels like it used to be here or something, right? Let me think. And then it got like demolished or something. Because it feels more like it's there than here. This is not stadium seating. I'm sorry, Edmonton. Your shit looks boring as fuck. I'm sure it's a lovely place to live. I get the feeling that it is that place. And then it ended up getting, like, demolished or something. I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna lose out on this. So this is obviously gonna be like the 90s. But when was that? Like 95? We'll guess. Oh no, it was 83. And it was there. Oh no, I fucked it all up. See? I cursed myself with the 10,000. I was right in the beginning. Oh, they must have modified it. Okay. So we're in Japan. $2015 or 2016? I can't quite tell. $2015. And it's Tokyo. It says Ueno Park, so I'm assuming it's kind of near there. Where's that even gonna be? I don't even know. Tokyo's so fucking huge, like finding a needle in a haystack. And they have so many parks. There's no shot I'm gonna be able to find this. Tokyo National Museum. Where is that? Who knows? Feels like it'd be around here, right? There's like important shit around here. National Archives. National Museum of Art. I don't know, it's probably not even like around here. It's just an advertisement for it somewhere else in the fucking city. Ugh, we're just gonna guess. Okay, we're gonna guess. We probably have the year right, so we're just gonna fucking guess. Here. Fuck it. 2.7 kilometers. Not bad. Okay, not bad. Close enough. This is the Vatican, right? Yeah. Like around here. It's gotta be pretty recent. Look at all these fucking smartphones and a drone show. I'm thinking 25. We're just gonna go 25. Ha ha! Good score. Very good score today. Ugh. Bye, YouTube. It's been fun.